Jones, and I'm here to tell you folks, the world has fallen. The fascist globalist overlords, they're implementing the Great Reset. You don't believe me? I've seen the tapes. Watch it, folks. Watch as these pot-bellied Zoomer goblins work with the Illuminati to pit us against each other. I promise I'd be a good boy. I'm a good boy. There's only one cure, folks, and that's liberty. And there's no better channel to find freedom than Fabian Liberty. Anarchy is order. Government is civil war.
I just got 3 things to say. God bless our troops. God bless America. And gentlemen, start your engine!
I got you, sir. I got you, sir. Let me get my shoes. Hold on, your head is bloody. So we gotta move to the front.
Not only do you have a micro penis, which is an important point, but on top of that, you refuse to share your Pokemon cards, and that's not nice.
So first of all, a 2-inch penis is not a micro penis, okay? And for your second point, my Pokemon cards are all mine, and I don't have to share them if I don't want them. I work super hard to get them, and they're really special to me. So I'll keep them.
You don't understand. You can't continue to play with us if you refuse to share your
cards. Not fair.
I'm Ukrainian, and this is my bridge. I'm Ukrainian, and this is my gas station. I'm Ukrainian, and this is my school.
2 seconds earlier.
Would you let a Jew work out in your gym without paying if he claimed that the membership was promised to him by God 4,000 years ago?
Bro, you are fucking...
That's a good question.
Yo, you're fucking funny. No, I mean, everyone pays.
What if he tried bombing you for that?
Bro, I mean, that would be like some crazy crime. Some act of, I don't even know, there, I don't know.
Are you taking a political stance right now?
Just found in my house. That's called a bird grasshopper. I'm gonna eat him.
He's not been transparent. I mean, there may be...
They are making routine announcements about the things they are finding, and they are inviting questions about the things they are finding every single day.
But by definition, he's not being transparent. They're not providing data for the things that they say they have found evidence of. They just aren't.
The White House has provided...
You can make announcements, and you also did admit that he actually...
So you just don't believe it. I mean, they are providing information. You just choose not to believe that it's true.
We're seeing about 13 months for these brain and spine MRIs. Cool. Cool. Canada, where healthcare is free, but only if you can afford to wait.
Step 10, states must publish their own map and allow internal challenges to their own map. So the government has published a map. They have invited the states to challenge the map. Then states have submitted initial proposals, and they then have to publish their own map and allow challenges.
Wait, who's challenging it within the state?
Well, organized interest groups, environmental groups, I don't know who specifically, but literally anybody. This is, right. I want to say something because it's very important I say this. This is the Biden administration's process for its own bill. They wanted this to happen. This is how liberal government works now.
This is something they instituted for this bill.
For their bill. This is a bill passed by Democrats with a regulatory structure written by Democratic administration. Okay.
Right.
Step 11.
Ideological subversion is the slow process which we call either ideological subversion or active measures, активные мероприятия in the language of the KGB, or psychological warfare. What it basically means is to change the perception of reality of every American to such an extent that despite of the abundance of information, no one is able to come to sensible conclusions in the interests of defending themselves, their families, their community, and their country.
For our most tricky disagreements, seeking the truth and seeking to convince others of the truth might not be the right place to start. In fact, our reverence for the truth might be a distraction that's getting in the way of finding common ground and getting things done.
Free fries when you get vaccinated? I got vaccinated. You're saying I could get these delicious fries? Wait a minute. But there's also a burger element to this? Let me check with Bill Neathart. Is it too early in the day to eat a burger? No. This could be breakfast? Okay. I want you to look at this and think about, again, some people love hamburgers, some don't. Really want to respect all ways of life. But if this is appealing to you, just think of this when you think of vaccination. Vaccination. I'm getting a very good feeling about vaccination right this moment. Thank you.
When I win, I will immediately bring prices down starting on day one.
Men to woman, or woman to men.
Man to woman.
From penis to vagina.
In the shower, on a walk, the Dylan hour. Feeling sweet, feeling sour. I feel nothing. The Dylan hour.
Hello and welcome to Wales. We understand being a refugee isn't easy. They go through so much. Fleeing your country is difficult, but Wales wants to help you feel welcome. The Welsh Refugee Council is here to help you.
Tell me you love me. Say it like you mean it. Say it like you mean it. Message one other guy ever again whether we're together or not. You understand me?
But if you're a man who's stuck with a woman and you don't even get along with each other and it's a show marriage and you have to be together and you argue all the time and you're sexually repressed and you're being promised in secret that you can go to an island and finally be pleasured and satisfied, no one's ever going to find out, that's how you end up on the island. So this whole monogamy garbage that's being pushed by the West, especially amongst our elites, is the reason we have the biggest problem with pedophilia, and they don't have this problem in South America.
The whole point of this is for me to begin to reintroduce myself. I'm doing this both personally for me, but in a professional capacity. Moving forward, the majority of what you will see will be me speaking in a professional capacity. My goal is to continue to help.
Arguing with them, hey guys, if no one pays taxes, then who's going to stop the fires? Who's going to stop all the violent crime? Dummies. And then the LA fire happened, and the fire department didn't stop the fire because I guess they ran out of budget for water, and the police didn't stop the looting because I guess they didn't want to get near the fire. And so I guess I lost that argument. My bad.
All right, boys. Yeah, I went as early as I could. Jesus Christ, man. Like, everything I was planning on doing today just kind of went out the window. Not went out the window. Like, I'm still chit-chatting with, oh my God. I have to read his name in order to say it properly. Nevin Gussack? But obviously the elephant in the room is, I mean, there's the, I thought the Iryna situation, was the powder keg that could make things go bad. And then of course today, Charlie Kirk is, I mean, supposedly it's confirmed he's dead. So Charlie Kirk was assassinated today. which is honestly the worst person to do it to. Like, this is the most accelerationist way of thinking, because like there are a lot of right-wing pundits who are assholes or whatever, but like Charlie Kirk is pretty fucking tame, extremely popular, and also super devoted to like peaceful solutions. Like, if there was anyone you wanted to make a martyr of, it would be like that's who would become a martyr. Oh shit. Just a second. That works. It's close enough. Yeah, and I was out trying to buy a preamplifier for my microphone because my microphone sounds like shit because my Shure SMB, like I have to cut the gain super high in order for it to be like audible, because my Scarlett Gen doesn't produce enough power. And so I went to buy a preamp so that I could like make it sound nice. And then it came with the wrong fucking adapter. It came with a DC adapter instead of a alternating current adapter. So I have to go back to the store and get the right adapter. But hopefully tomorrow I should have much clearer, less crunchy sounding audio. In other news, Anglo-Libertarian posted a new video. The fuck did Anglo-Libertarian post? Hasn't he been like just kind of basically disappeared? I mean, he's been on Twitter under like a different handle or whatever.
There are many bad.
Why I'm still a libertarian an hour ago. Yeah, I mean, not the most relevant news considering everything that's going on, but fair enough. Definitely something to check out. Maybe I'll check it out tomorrow. Third American Civil War, Act 1. What was the second American Civil War, Casimir? What do you consider to be the second Civil War? Like, we're just skipping Civil War number 2 and going to Civil War number 3? This is just insane. 1913 to Civil Rights Act equals second. That's there. I mean, barely. Man is leaving behind 2 kids. I mean, you know, look, of all the things I'm concerned about, Charlie Kirk's 2 kids are kind of low on the totem pole. Like, I'm more worried about the state of America and political violence. You know, so it was originally I don't like to report on like ongoing shootings and things like that, right? Like, I don't normally report on stuff like that, mostly because like the situation keeps changing, right? So for example, there was like some old white guy that had reportedly been arrested. Turns out, even though campus had stated that he had been arrested, he's already been released according to some reports, but those reports could be false. So like, I don't know. There was some trans person on like Twitter that said like, you know, oh, some interesting shit's going to happen tomorrow when Charlie Kirk comes to speak, like this monster, you know, it's like, and then like, is that just a coincidence? I don't know. Do I think Trump might use this as an excuse to amp up political repression? My most obvious thought. I don't know. Like, Trump is very clearly an ego. He's a megalomaniac and a Cash Patel said they have the guy in custody. Okay. If you guys are also in the Discord and you have like certain news or updates, like please, like don't feel free to DM me in the Discord or at me in the Discord. I don't allow links in the YouTube chat just because too many people will spam bad links if I do. But that's just fucking crazy, man. I just this is what I'm saying. I don't usually like to report on things the day of because they can be Like the reports can be misleading, you know? Trump should use this as an excuse to create a new security agency to replace the FBI, right? The subject of the horrific shooting today that took the life of Charlie Kirk is now in custody. Thank you to the local and state authority. When was this? 6:21 p.m. Okay, so an hour ago. So this probably isn't the same person. Yeah, that's what I'm curious about, Amity. Which, by the way, Amity, what happened? I know this is like totally an aside, but like, I went to LP meetings with this person and they were nobody. And then they just like, what, like, did they write a book or something? Like, I went and spoke with her and she was like, really kind of like taken aback by ANCAPs and like, you know, we had a few disagreements. She seemed like a nice lady though. And then just like out of nowhere, she just blew the fuck up. She doesn't even have like a YouTube or anything. I know that's just a random thing, but it was just like, how did this lady blow up? Like I said, did she like write a book or something? Like what caused her to blow up? Because all of a sudden I just start seeing her everywhere. I'm naturally an optimist, but this feels like we're so fucked as a country. Someone else. Want to make this very clear. I am not the person responsible for those tweets going viral. The person with this username has changed their... Yeah. That was a different person. They had changed their user ID and changed their bio just to pronouns instead of like 17 something else. But again, I don't know who that person is or isn't. If like, we'll just have to wait and see. I don't like to report on things that are like occurring on the ground, but this is such a big thing that like I obviously can't like not say something. Like we have to talk about this to some degree. It's because she and Thomas Massey had been interacting a lot on Twitter. All right, fair enough. I just like saw her come out of nowhere and I was like, what? Well, like, so I saw this, right? I have a lot of bookmarks because I was just trying to like learn what the fuck was going on, what people were saying. Because I was out trying to get a preamp and the preamp doesn't work because I need a different adapter, right? So like we'll hopefully we'll have better audio quality tomorrow. But for today we're dealing with the gained turned way the fuck up crunchy audio, and that's just how it is. But tomorrow we should have, if I can get the right adapter and get the right things, then I should be able to get some decent audio. But I think like this kind of just encapsulates exactly why this is like one of the worst people to shoot right now.
I go around universities and have challenging conversations, and because that's what is so important to our country, is to find our disagreements respectfully, because when people stop talking, that's when violence happens.
I've never seen someone do this.
Well, it's a growing trend because people like me are facing violence, assaults, the left. Yes, the campus Antifa. I've been stormed out of restaurants. I've been assaulted publicly, multiple death threats.
Okay, so what's your goal in all this?
There's more people that agree with me than some people would actually believe, and they come out of the woodwork when I do stuff like this. We record all of it so that we put it on the internet so people can see these ideas collide. When people stop talking, that's when you get violence. That's when civil war happens, because you start to think the other side is so evil and they lose their humanity.
I mean, if that doesn't perfectly showcase why Charlie Kirk is absolutely like the person you make a martyr, right? Like, and that was just a couple of months ago that Charlie Kirk said that, and and he's explained, I'm getting death threats. Can I link that clip? Yeah, it's on Chloe Cole's Twitter. I mean, to say that just before you get killed, or just before you get assassinated, right? That like, no, the reason I talk about these ideas is because if we don't talk about these ideas, we get war, right? I mean, like, that's the entire point of like a democracy or a constitutional republic, is to prevent consistent violent revolutions of the people. right? I mean, that's the point, is that you don't need a violent revolution that kills a bunch of people. You just get a violent revolution at the ballot box that puts another party in power and steals people's property and slowly enslaves them. Like it's all, you know, I'm not a big fan of democracy all of a sudden, right? But I understand his position, the Republican position, is like, okay, we want to avoid this shit, you know, so we have to talk about this. What do I think this is going to do for the guns rights debate? I don't know, man. It's like there's too many unpredictable factors in this. The biggest thing that I'm worried about is it's the combination of things and how the left has taken so much. Yeah, I saw the MSNBC one. It's like, it's just, I mean, like, if you want to talk about guns, I mean, I don't find it particularly, I just find it to be stupid. I just, like, it just goes to show how out of touch MSNBC is.
In which a shooting like this happens.
Yeah, and again, to emphasize what you just emphasized, we don't know any of the full details of this. That we don't know if this was a supporter shooting their gun off in celebration, or so we have no idea about.
I mean, that's just retarded. It's like it's such a caricature of right-wing people that they're at events just hee-haw, right? Like, come on. But again, Charlie Kirk is not, I mean, this is my biggest fear, is that you have this Iryna situation. You have a growing racial resentment in this country. You have a president that's cucked out to Israel and cucked out to corporations in terms of his immigration policy. Now, I'm not a big fan of his immigration policy, but nevertheless, and you have Trump, who came in and changed much of this to a bombastic presidency, right? The rhetoric and you know, the cult of personality. And now you have an entire young group of Gen Z males who see Donald Trump as too far left, too soft, too much of a, you know, again, like too much of a cuck. And there's no political philosophy in any of these people. So I'm very, very worried that we're going to see the right demand order. Because that's what right-wing politics. Trump didn't cuck out to Israel. It's a debate you will easily lose. I mean, it depends on how far we're willing to stretch the term cuck, right? Like, he's definitely not he's not the caricature of him being like in BB's pocket or something. He's done several things that are antagonistic. He's been upset by them several times. But I think when you have someone that is praising Israel and things of that nature, that's going to feel like and willing to send money, that's going to feel like a betrayal from the right wing that is growing increasingly anti-Semitic. So maybe cuck out to Israel is like way too strong of a term. But I think you know what hopefully you know what I mean when I say that. Because I'm not necessarily critiquing Donald Trump's policies so much as I'm critiquing the growing fascistic right wing in this country that is unsupportive of the current administration because it doesn't go hard enough. Yeah. I mean, sure. I mean, I guess I could attempt to be more careful with my language. It's a live stream, man. Like, I'm going to say a lot of shit that's wrong. I also think by speaking. But yeah, like I have no problem. I have no problem amending the quote to the right wing wrongly believes Trump cucked out to Israel. Right? Because I'm really just trying to describe my fears of a growing young male movement where socialism has destroyed their ability to gain any wealth, has destroyed their ability to own a home, has destroyed gender roles, has put them, especially young white men, is put them under the thumb of corporate and state power, giving opportunities to everyone but them. They're rightfully enraged and angry because of the lack of opportunities. And you have a growing racial tension because the left has done everything they can to call every fact racist and every belief racist unless it aligns with their neo-Marxian ideology. And the only people that are willing to talk about race and IQ and crime and like, you know, policing and communities and order are increasingly are just groypers, fascists, third positionists, etc. And then you have this white woman, Iryna, be similarly, you know, executed on a subway by a schizophrenic, probably, who's been in jail 14 times or arrested for felony, you know, on felony charges 14 times, who the judge is a DEI hire that didn't even pass the bar in his last case, but whose wife and herself work in the same county that she's handing out judgments on to facilities that make money off of taxpayers to funnel people in, you know, after, you know, and get like millions of dollars so that they can, the judge seriously didn't pass the bar. Yes. In North Carolina, yeah. Judge not passing the bar is a good thing. Please analyze what you said from your own perspective. Casimir, I love you, but like the way that you say shit in chat is like you want me to guess what the right answer is. And like if it's a sit down 1v1 conversation, that kind of makes sense. But like when you say things like it's good, analyze it from your like I have a hard time being able to engage with that. Bar passing equals leftist judges. USA was free country back when judges were common people. I think the law is ever growingly more, I don't know the right term there, but I think it's getting more and more complicated with each passing year. And this judge obviously, I don't think it's so much important. Yeah, this is extremely nitpicky, Casimir. I think you're just wrong on this. And the reason I say you're wrong on this isn't, my argument isn't that all judges must pass the bar. The bar is so wonderful. My argument is her not passing the bar, despite there being so many candidates, just goes to show you how the person that appointed her, that was, you know, given several awards for diversity and inclusion initiatives, is just picking people because they have the right politics, and those politics aren't our politics, right? Like they're picking people to be soft on crime and work in this corrupt system where they, instead of putting people in jail, they put them in private treatment facilities that her wife works at and owns and operates so that she can funnel tax money to herself and be incentivized to let these people back out on the streets. And this is an important element of the deep rot and corruption. Like whether or not they pass the bar isn't like that much of a primary concern to me. What's more important is that this person picked them, and it's obvious they weren't picked because of their overwhelming legal qualifications. This is all a distraction of the state stealing the vengeance. That's stupid. That's not, this isn't a distraction. Like, this is not a, like, it's not orchestrated as a distraction. I mean, I guess you could say it's a distraction in the sense that, like, it's the less important thing that us libertarians need to be focusing on. I can agree to that. But it comes off like you're saying, like, we've been had by the Twitter because, you know, and like it's like, or like there's like the CIA are trying to distract us with this thing they refused to report on until it got too big. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. I feel like the connotation on that reads weird. Maybe it's just my reading. Is violence on ugly people that bad, though? I don't know what you mean. No doubt as socialism rises, the reactionary right will absolutely come to meet it, and it will be violent. Well, not just that, but the reactionary right will do what the reactionary right does, which is they won't. It's like the Lord of the Rings Ring of Power. They refuse to cast the ring into the fiery depths of Mount Mordor, right? Like they then use that socialism, and they then give more power to the state. Charlie had a weird looking face. This is just a personal thing. You didn't violate any TOS, but I'm just going to time you out for 10 minutes. Like, I mean, like someone just fucking died. Someone was just assassinated. Someone that was calling for peace consistently and nonviolence consistently, who is, you know, I have a lot of disagreements with them, but don't fucking come into my chat celebrating someone's death and being like, ha ha ha, they're ugly. Like, the fuck is wrong with you, dude? ABC News making excuses for the assassin already. I've already seen it from a bunch of shit online. I saw the same thing with Van Jones with the guy that murdered Iryna. He was like, we don't understand his hurt. Like they are digging their own grave of a reckoning that is, I don't want to say guaranteed, but ever more likely. Hold on. I mean, you guys, I mean, so many people want to talk about Trump and MAGA being radicalized, but, you know, just because there's been this weird culture shift where like normies are like a little bit, you know, less okay with woke shit, like this is still mainstream television.
We don't know why that man did what he did. We don't know how to deal with people who were hurting in the way this man was hurting. Hurt people hurt people. What happened was horrible. No one mentioned the word race, white, black, or anything except him. We don't.
Like, you guys refuse. I want everyone to know with the Iryna situation, because I think, you know, this is all about, this is powder keg politics. This murder of Iryna occurred August 22nd. The media is only talking about this because the right is talking about this on Twitter. Without the right talking about this on Twitter, they would have done everything they could to ensure silence on this issue. Absolute silence. I mean, and even when they're forced to talk about it, this is how they write about it. CNN, how the lives of a Ukrainian refugee and a Charlotte man with a criminal history converged in a fatal stabbing. Like, they're writing about it like it's a fucking meet cute. When they're forced to talk about it because the right is talking about it, it's like a funny little meet cute. Oh, these two star-crossed lovers came together, and then he stabbed her to death in quick succession as she bled out, and everyone watched in annoyance of her death, of her quiet death rattle as she hangs her hands in her head, and the man walks off talking about, I got that white girl, I got her. It's like I'm just trying to imagine. The thing that has me is like, I'm trying to imagine, like I'm almost 35, right? My political views are changing every day to a certain degree. Like some of my opinions on things change, certainly, but I'm trying to imagine being a 16-year-old boy right now, getting out of class after I've been told, after I've been given a lecture from the teacher about toxic masculinity. You know, right? And I go online and I see, you know, people sweeping for Muslim rape gangs in the UK because whiteness is evil, and them arresting a young girl for protecting her sister after she was attacked. I see, you know, media and everyone that is telling me that I'm an evil white man, that like, not only should I'm an asshole for even caring about the brutal and violent death of a Ukrainian refugee young white girl killed for being white by a crazed man who the system kept saying was an innocent baby angel Aladdin, or whatever the fuck JW says all the time, right? Innocent baby angel Aladdin or whatever, right? Got let out 14 times. Millions of the tax-paying dollars that are stolen from me, that keep me from being able to own a home, keep me from ever being able to have any worth. I'm a normal looking guy, so I'm probably never going to be successful with girls, because like I'm going to have to bust my ass to make less money than women. I see a buffoon of a president that can't do anything without coming across like an idiot, and just keeps raising those taxes that are going to crush me while pretending like these tariffs are great for the economy. And then I watch a little bit of online news from time to time, and I watch the most peaceful, most tepid conservative be assassinated. And then I watch people sweep for him and celebrate. And like, I got taken in by communism at 16. You know, I'm a smart person. I'm smarter than the average person, but you know, I was an emotional idiot, a young man. I was able to be led astray very easily. I didn't have anybody around me to teach me a proper philosophy, so I had to discover right from wrong, you know, on my own. And if I'm really honest with myself, 16-year-old me today would probably become a Nazi. Like, if I was taken in by communism, right, and leftism, there's no way in hell, given everything that's going on to young men today, that I wouldn't be like a hardcore Nick Fuentes fan, and I'd be in his chat saying, why are you saying race isn't really that important when it is? We have to exterminate or get rid of all of these Jews and blacks. Like, I'm not saying that's good. I'm not saying you ought to feel that way. Please understand this. But what I'm saying is, given everything going on, as a teenager, I 100% would be taken in by that shit. I mean, am I crazy for saying that? I mean, like, is that like some admission I should have kept to myself because I'm a streamer and I'm supposed to act like I'm fucking holier than thou than the rest of you? Right? I'm supposed to act like I'm like super smart. Big brain would never get taken in by stupid shit like that. But no, like, given the situation. And so like, I just don't, that's what I think about when I'm looking at this political landscape, is like, well, what would a normal 16-year-old kid think about this shit? Because that's the group that's going to have power soon. Maybe not political power, right? But certainly power in terms of might, in terms of youth. You know? Like, there's about to be a lot of really young, angry, fully grown men in their early 20s and teen years. And you're supposed to, like, there's this thing told to you as a young person. Democrats yell no in Congress when a moment of silence is suggested. Like, there's this thing that they tell you, you know, like this lie that they tell you to, like, just vote, get out the vote, you know, champion, support this. And it's like, 10 years ago, voting seemed like a decent enough resolution to try and fix things like this. Right? It was fairly reasonable even then to say vote harder. But I'm looking at Germany, where not 4, not 5, not 6, but 7 AfD candidates mysteriously all die in the 2 weeks running up to the election, whilst another AfD candidate gets removed from the ballot when he was about to win an election because he had a photo taken with a white supremacist supposedly at a book event once, and then he talked about how the Lord of the Rings is a good story about defending values and your nation and your homeland. And then I see peaceful people that are pushing out voting resolutions and things like that, like Charlie Kirk, and they're getting assassinated. And they already tried to assassinate Trump. And, you know, half of your political faction is talking about how it was a fake assassination attempt. The evidence isn't looking very clear that voting is going to get us out of this. Yeah, I mean, the UK voted for Brexit and never got one. That was a nothing burger. They ran over 2K candidates. The last I checked, all of the 7 that died were in districts up for election in such a degree that the candidates that were of that category was like 153 or 147, not the 2K that initially ran. So it's not 7 random deaths out of those people. It's 7 random old age deaths out of 150 some. But I could be wrong. I'm okay with being wrong. It's not like I did a whole piece on it. You know what I mean? I like I said, I'm not the news guy. I talk about philosophy. I talk about ideas. I interview people on those ideas. I debate concepts. Right? I'm not so egomaniacal. Like, you know, it's like I saw this, you know, which is hilarious for Trump, by the way, that the birthday card where he supposedly wrote a letter to Jeffrey Epstein that's weird as fuck and then drew like a prepubescent girl body on it and signed it. Hilarious, because like the Iryna situation, the Charlie Kirk assassination is going to make literally everybody forget about that. Like that would be the major news for like 2 weeks if it weren't for all this other shit happening. You know, funny. But I saw that and like immediately, as soon as that came out from the Washington Post, I believe, I saw every fucking left-wing and right-wing streamer, magically they totally understand fucking, what is the science of like identifying signatures? It's just every single one of them. They all of a sudden they understand calligraphy or whatever the fuck it's called. It's not calligraphy, but it's something like that. I don't know. But it's like they immediately know how to mark this, you know, the identity. Look at the long tail. They're just magically, they're fucking experts. And it reminded me when Israel-Palestine popped off, October 7th, right? And it was like, oh, all of a sudden, all of these people that never talk about Israel, never talk about Palestine, couldn't give a fuck about the Palestinian plight until right, except for like an off comment every now and then. All of a sudden, they're experts on Israel-Palestine. Or when the Ukraine-Russia situation broke down, all of a sudden everybody is is an expert on fucking, you know, same for Russo-Ukraine. Exactly. It's like these grifting pieces. I saw somebody posted something and I had forgotten about this phrase, right? Because I hadn't been in the South in a long time. Also, 52 people watching right now, only 16 likes. I know it's a sad day, a sad stream, and, you know, not everybody has money to give me, which I appreciate. War bonds, I appreciate super chats, I answer them all. I appreciate channel memberships, things like that. But 52 of you, 17 likes, it's free. It's just a click of a button. Like, help a brother out. You know what I mean? Like, join the Discord, join Twitter, all the things. I appreciate any money. It allows me to do more streams. But seriously, just like the stream. It's not, you know, it helps in the metrics. Is it that sad, though? I think it's a sad day when Charlie Kirk gets fucking assassinated. Because, I mean, every signpost is pointing to the fact that there's no peaceful way out of this. Like, this is probably going to lead to violence. And if it doesn't lead to violence, it's because we didn't fight back and we just allowed we just accepted you'll own nothing and you'll be happy, sleep in the pods, crime might be a problem everywhere, you're a slave to a system that wants to use and abuse you in every single way, and you're just going to get soft variant of communism where you don't have anything, you don't own anything, you have owners. Like, so if we don't get that violence, it's because we just gave up. Roland is driving, and so he put in the Discord. Driving and listening, the message now isn't just vote harder. The needs age should be, especially with Kirk as a model, build bigger, build and be better. That will lead to cultural and legal change. Probably, but like, dude, I don't have it in me to give that advice today. Like, there's just like watching so many monsters. Sorry, anyways. I was talking about all of these grifters that just become magic experts and all this stuff. Thank you for the $2. I'll get to your question in just a second. I was reminded of this phrase, which I hadn't heard in a long time because I haven't been in the South in a while, which is all hat, no cattle. Like all hat, no cattle, right? And this is a phrase that you hear a lot in like Texas, right? I definitely heard it in San Antonio and things like that from like posers, girls a lot of times that would buy a cowboy hat and they would like put on a country, rancher aesthetic, but they didn't have any cattle, right? And it was all a grift. It was all just an image. And I think that adequately describes most streamers and most political pundits these days. All hat, no cattle. Especially like all the feminists that are right-wing people now all of a sudden, magically. Thanks. Sure. No, you're not. Like, we know who you are. Well, a lot of people don't because they get taken in by a pretty blonde lady. All right? All suits, no money. Now, all hat, no cattle works better, but fair enough. They're pretending to be right-wing. They're pretending to have a good philosophy, but they're just, it's all fake. They're all bought and paid for by different managing firms so that they can get on to all these podcasts because they don't DM any of these people. What they do is their manager sets them up with interviews with all of the major things, and the manager pays them to talk and then pays people to interview them. This happens with, like, we're seeing this on the left with Chorus Media and stuff. It happens on the right too. They find a pretty blonde girl or something, somebody that sounds bass, that's saying the right things, and then they boost the ever-loving fuck out of them, and they control their speech, they control the narrative, and they gatekeep online content. And all of these people, one of these biggest red flags is some new thing pops off, and all of a sudden they're an expert on that thing. Oh, they absolutely know it's not Donald Trump's signature, or they absolutely know that it is Donald Trump's signature. You have no idea what the fuck you're talking about. Like and subscribe for political opinions that don't end in the death of innocence. Yeah, right? I appreciate it, Stacey. Furthermore to your question, what do you think about Trump's ban on trans guns? I think it's retarded. I think it's stupid. Are trans people the most mentally healthy population? Obviously not. Obviously not. Right? Like, just to be trans, like, a majority of trans people have some form of cluster B personality disorder, which is extremely dangerous. But first of all, trans is such an amorphous gray category that is like, goes all the way from like young teens in a fad that have like non-binary pronouns to sexual fetishist, weird AGP white dudes that jack off in women's bathrooms because they're excited by the fact that they're endangering women and that like the threat is there and that gets them hard, to like, Blair White, people that are like fairly rational and have fully adopted an aesthetic. All of these people are trans. It's a huge fucking category that has some of the most crazy people in it, to people that are just kids in a fad, to like people that are fairly rational and just want to be left the fuck alone, and taking away their guns, any step or encroachment of disarming the population based off of some fucking category, some piece of fucking document, not even any proof that they're actually mentally unstable, is actually worse than red flag laws. Trump didn't ban trans guns. It talks about enhancing red flag laws against people the state declares insane. I haven't gone through the legislation, but it's like one of those things where Trump pushes a thing. If that's true, it's one of those things where Trump pushes a thing, and then after pushing said thing, he will write a bill that is incredible, or an executive order that's incredibly toothless, just to get the media to report on it, so that the media is not talking about some other shit that he's doing. Which is like, already, can we just talk about how fucking psycho and uncool that is? I know uncool is like a weird thing. It's a weird day for me with the assassinations. I tried to get my preamp working and it's not working, so my audio shit. It's a stressful thing, right? But it's like, even if it's true, like it's the same thing with the flag burning thing, right? Where he's like, we're going to make flag burning illegal. Fuck United States v. Ekman. Fuck Texas v. Johnson, right? Like fuck the fact that it's absolutely controlled speech. We're going to push this out. And then the actual executive order is it's like an additional charge for people that burn someone else's flag, which is destruction of property. So like, whatever, I don't give a fuck. Like, it's very tepid. But he did that so he can push that, so he can get the media's reaction, so he can push like people like Andrew Wilson being like, just being like, rights are meaningless. The founding fathers didn't mean this. Like, at the end of the day, they do something about these flag burning pieces of shit, and we need to do something too. And it's just like, I'm just watching the right collectively go socialist and insane. I love poor people now. $20. Is that what your name says? Hold on, let me click the full name. I love poor people. And it's just, is this from like the Liquid Zulu fucking love thing? Let me see if I can find it. Is that the meme we're doing? Oh, hold on. I got to make Liquid Zulu one space. God damn it. I can't find it. Did Liquid Zulu post it recently? Because it's just coming up with all kinds of other dumb shit. Because it's just like, Liquid Zulu, don't know that. I'm going to do... Is it like Liquid Tulu or something? Oh my God, the fucking search is so bad. Now you changed it because hate in my name caused issues with chat? Okay, fair enough. Let me see if I can find the love thing. Does anybody have a link to that? That would be supremely helpful. I need the link to the love meme. Almost all gun nuts are right-wingers. It's a joke on how poor I am. Fuck you. You know, I can't say anything because he gave me money. You know what I mean? So I can't be like, oh, okay, well, fucking. I'm trying to find it. Does nobody has a link to the Love Liquid Zulu meme? This is going to bother me. Because it doesn't look like he posted it.
God hates Australia.
No, that's not it. God damn it. I can't find it on his Twitter. You haven't seen any Liquid Zulu memes? How dare you? How dare you? Hold on, let me see if I can do an advanced filter now that it's like Liquid Zulu. Now that I have his @ because I had to like search him so I could find it. All right, hold on. I'm gonna fucking find this, boys. Dude, if you type love, it doesn't matter what @ you type. It will not do anything about that. It's just tons of fucking gay and lesbian and furry and a lot of Japanese girls' videos because you typed love. Maybe not Japanese. It looks like maybe like Koreans. Check your Discord memes. Oh, you posted it in the meme section? Why do you do this to me, guys? Here we go. I have to move it over because you had the down. What kind of a psycho had it downloaded on their computer, by the way? Like you had it ready to go, downloaded on the computer. Hopefully this is what I'm talking about.
Is breaking down into this situation where if I'm doing non-sustainable practices, this means that I am violating a collective property right of other people in the community. So, Dernican, how do you propose to resolve the contradiction implied by a collective property right?
Love.
Love?
Love.
That's the meme. That's what I needed. That's what I needed to cheer us up, boys. Good God. That's exactly what I needed. I feel so much better. You know what, Daniken? Thank you. Thank you for your meme being so fucking stupid that I'm cheered up on this day of fucking Charlie Kirk getting assassinated. All the powder keg bullshit that's occurring right now. I'm literally just scrolling through fucking. Apparently, like, can someone just shut Destiny up? And I don't mean assassinate him because I know he loves to talk about assassinations. But can somebody just like fucking can some fucking 20-year-old that looks like a 16-year-old girl go fuck Destiny long enough for him to get off the goddamn internet? Right? Because you have to look like a 16-year-old because he doesn't want to fuck with, you know, somebody that's of an adult age, right? He's obviously hunting for the girlies. Okay? So somebody that looks deceptively younger than they actually are. Can you go suck Destiny off? Take one for the team just so that he fucking... Oh my God. Sorry, my sister texted me. Watch out, Scott. You may be, I don't even know what that word's supposed to be. I'm sorry. Severing potential ties with Destiny. You're missing out on 8K a month. Dude, I already had an opportunity to debate Destiny after that stuff came out. I was already signed up for one. And then I said, no, I'm good. I've already severed ties, before the Charlie Kirk shooting. Yeah, so that bridge has already been burnt. I love poor people is the one that got you on that. I'm not in that group. So hold on. Let me press play. Hold on. I'm going to invite my sister to the Discord. Just see if she hops on. She's 18 now. Who knows? I'm going to see if I can get her to hop on. Don't harass my sister. I'm just curious if she'll hop on. Because I know she's been on some random person's stream before. I just got to get an invite link because I'm stupid. And I got to do it via the phone. Give me a second. You never know. She might show up. Casimir's in the waiting room, so I'm going to hop in. Hey, what's up, buddy? Are you showing your camera? I'll switch stuff around if you are.
No need to switch stuff around. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Hold on, let me make sure it's loud enough. Check my levels. Speak again for me.
Testing.
Okay, you should be good now. What's up?
Yeah. So I was just
yeah, I had like a
taking the
whole thing planned for the stream, but like, nah. Like, holy shit, fuck poor people. I will say fuck poor people all day long if you give me $50. Holy shit, all right? Thank you, Stacy Pastry.
The king.
The queen. The queen. Put some fucking respect on her title, sir. There'll be no misgendering here. Is my sister an ANCAP? No, my sister is not an ANCAP. But my sister has read Rothbard's Anatomy of the State and is super interested in libertarian arguments and ideas. She's more of like maybe like a minarchist with some. She's a teenager. She's figuring shit out, you know. And I don't pressure her into it because like we have a good relationship. I'm not gonna like yell at my sister.
So Scott, I hopped on to share a memory. So I was riding the bus home today, and I was very acutely aware of who's sitting behind me, or of who's sitting beside me, even of what they have in their hands, of where they're reaching. I wasn't on my phone anymore, and then I remembered that about 30 years earlier, when I was a teenager, the same thing happened. I was on a bus on public transit, and I was acutely aware of who's climbing on, who's sitting beside me. And I think that's...
This is in Israel or in Russia?
In Israel, of course.
Well, I mean, yeah.
It's an important... I think it's an important connection. It is like a milestone for me to understand where I live right now. That that this is not just things are normal. We're not in Wonderland anymore. The dream is dead. There's no difference whatsoever. There is a hostile population that lives close enough to us, but it's no longer a meme that they wish us that they're evil and they wish us well, the worst possible outcomes. And they're willing to use everything, including direct action, including releasing violent criminals from prisons and from madhouses to prey on the population, including imprisoning people who are trying to defend themselves. And this whole thing is called a state of terror.
Right.
This is the classical... This is not something new. This is something that socialists have been doing throughout human history, particularly in the communist variety. All of these steps, this is all a repeat of a repeat of a repeat. And I'm watching streams. This is the last thing I'll say on this. I'm watching streams of Stefan Molyneux just now, who tried to say this. He was positing this idea that our society is built upon negotiation and interaction and peaceful exchange. And so when somebody shoots a political opponent, they're basically shooting at the thing that keeps themselves fed. They're like cutting the branch on which they're sitting, which is the branch that allows food from hundreds of miles away to arrive in their, godforsaken leftist town, in their co-op, which they eat from. Now, they don't understand all of this. And I do think that this is not sustainable. So, yeah.
Yeah, I don't... Destiny had a guest yesterday from Unfuck America group he has ties to and said Kirk will pay a price for going to their college. Yeah, I mean, the person from the Unfuck America tour, came onto Destiny's stream and was like, we're so fucked, aren't we? And Destiny was like, yeah, like as a country. Oh, and then he was like, I'll DM you over Discord, and got her off stream because like she obviously was like, the first reaction she had was, how am I going to grift and make money? We're so fucked. Oh, maybe people will be mad at us for saying bad things about this person, as opposed to, it's a fucking tragedy. Like we should, I don't know. These people, if I'm really honest about it, man, it's, the more I'm in this business, the more I see and meet people and peek a little bit behind the curtain, the more the business itself disgusts me. Which you would think maybe makes me like want to quit or something, but it does the exact opposite. It makes me want to continue to stay by my principles and stay here and be one of the few that isn't bought, lying, control. But it's a lot. You know what I mean? Like, it's just like, I don't know. I just see so many people. I don't know where I'm going with this. I just kind of was like, I was thinking and I lost it because I was just thinking about other things in regards to it. But like today, especially, just seeing like the games that people play around this, the desire to like be in on the breaking news, the desire to get something ahead of other people, the desire to like say something shitty so that you'll get a lot of track and engagement from negative engagement from the people that are on the left. It's just like, it's just so, for lack of a better word,
I agree.
The whole thing is just so gross.
I agree, which is why I refuse to humanize the other side.
Yeah.
I refuse to say the name of political opponents that openly call for political violence, that said that what happened today should have happened, that desired it to happen, that were basically stochastic terrorists, and knowingly so, after accusing many others of doing the same. So I'm not willing to name any names. I don't think they deserve it. And somebody tried to correct me on Twitter and said, that basically Charlie Kirk had this quote where, to summarize it, if people stop talking to each other and start, shooting each other instead of debating. Exactly, right, that exact quote. Then the conclusion of that quote, which is sometimes cut off, is that we'll believe that the other side has lost their humanity. And that's when, all hell will break loose. Now, I don't think that all hell will break loose immediately. I think America has a lot of suffering momentum built in before anyone is willing to do anything. There's not going to be a march after this event. Everybody will stay at home and grill. I'm very cynical about that. And even in a less fed country like the Russian Empire, it took decades of these types of events for people to like split up into militant camps. So I don't think it's in the cards here.
Well, I think it's important to note too, right, that we see the left protest and burn and riot often, and you have to go like, oh well, is the left like just so much more energetic, or are they so? And the thing is that this is a deep rabbit hole. Again, he's got a lot of problems. And he is a statist, and he does like the institutions to a certain degree. But guys, if you're not following Mike Benz on Twitter, you're missing a lot of good work. And that is that they are supremely funded and pushed by the intelligence agency, as well as political activist organizations and NGOs that are taxpayer funded in part, or they funnel money that is taxpayer funded to hire people to, whose job is to be a professional protester. Like I remember, I one of like 100 different people, I saw some NGO political group. There's this lady that's like white lady that's super popular on Twitter, and Mike Benz Cyber. Yeah. But you can just search Mike Benz. You'll find him with a Z. I just did like the most minute, like the smallest amount of research into this person. And it was like, oh, you live in one of the wealthiest neighborhoods in all of New York City. You and your husband live next door to a yacht club in New York City. And you're here to push progressive politics online so that you can get money from corporations that want to push progressive policies that aid them. It's like you're corporate funded. This is not the biggest lie that we are told about the left is that they're better at grassroots organization. They're not. None of it is grassroots. It's all astroturf from corporations and pseudo-state entities that pay for these protests. And so people always wonder, well, why is the right wing not up in arms and doing massive protests? And that's because when the right does it, the state apparatus and the corporate money and the media are turned against them. So not only does the left fund, help get signage, help bring in, professional protesters, have activists that, organize groups that give people talking points and, give them contacts with the media so that they have good TV interviews. Not only do they have and then of course people mysteriously bringing in pallets of bricks every time they're ready to fucking riot. Not only do they have all of that apparatus backing them, the right doesn't have that, and then that entire system is used against them. And so I think you're very right to presume that the most likely outcome is that people will stay home and grill because they don't have that. Like, it does take a lot more than that. And it's not really that the left cares more or anything. It's just that you have a whole bunch of people that are young that have been indoctrinated into thinking that this is them on the right side of history, young men that go along with whatever dumb shit women their age believe because this is how you get pussy. And they show up to events that are organized by other people that are professional organizers that work for the state and work for corporations and work for NGOs. And so I think it is going to take a lot for the reverse to occur.
Yes, but also we have to remember the media landscape. When the right wing did act in ways that indicated a level of threat towards the state,
you mean,
when they were national, exactly, the national protests where multiple state capitals were, let's just say, gently caressed by people at arms, then the state activated its propaganda arm to first eliminate that news cycle entirely, to first fearmonger about it, but then quickly wrap it up, replace it with other protests, with the 2020 riots, which overshadowed most of it, and then replace it with a completely fraudulent narrative of January 6th, which
there's one thing that I think we got to add there, right? So I want to talk just to remind people, and I think you'll agree with me 100%. You had people upset about COVID restrictions that were draconian as fuck in Michigan go to the state house armed, completely peaceful, showcase their their dissatisfaction with the fact that parts of Lowe's were locked because you're not allowed to do gardening because that's not a COVID approved activity, because it's an outdoor activity, so it's non-essential. Close down all of the businesses that aren't corporate bootlickers and don't work in tandem with the state, but every Walmart across the country is going to be open and only on like a 14-hour window, so we can pack all of the people that are all of the infected people together in a tightly area. And then what happened wasn't just what you said, right? And I'm not trying to trash you for missing this, but I think it's important, is they didn't just use the media to cover up that story. First, they used the media to call them violent and extremists, while simultaneously doing, just like you said, saying that COVID doesn't spread at BLM protests, almost hinting at a magical spiritual element that if you protest for the Saint George Floyd, you won't get sick. You don't actually need masks because it's not a problem. But then the FBI went and found crazy people, many of whom were homeless or squatting in a fucking laundry dry cleaning facility, and then instigated an FBI orchestrated and funded, to the point where the FBI had to drive these people around, kidnapping plot against Gretchen Whitmer, and then added new things that those people never wanted to do, which was bomb a bridge. and then arrest those people and then try and tie all of the Michigan protests to this bullshit thing that the FBI created. The FBI created terrorists so that they could link any peaceful protests with the actions of terrorists. And then the same person that was in charge of that investigation quickly gets moved to DC just before the January 6th protests, a few months before.
Yes, very good reminder. Very
So it's the media and the fucking FBI orchestrating in tandem with the media means of propaganda to try and create terrorism where there isn't any, to tie any legitimate protest to terrorism, on top of doing basically the same thing on January 6th.
And on top of the entire education system, just quietly brushing under the rug any time when Americans resisted the government and won. Which, if you start looking into down that rabbit hole, you'll find plenty of instances where that happened, which never make it into the news. I think it was almost as shocking.
Oh my God! They released another person. Sorry, I'm just updating news. Yeah. So apparently they got the wrong guy again.
They the news story with the Ukrainian migrant was basically pushed by our side in politics all the way into the White House and all the way into the press release, which is when it started making the news. And I have a very detailed script of how I wanted to respond to it, because I think many people, it's like the trade-off that we're offered is both wrong. It's collectivism on one end and collectivism on another end, which is what the actual individualist solution to these types of conditions is not being presented. Go
ahead.
Which is something we can't exactly speak about on anywhere.
I'll tell you what I suggested, right? And obviously this isn't going to happen, right? But this is about the only thing I see that would actually like maybe heal this process. Is we should publicly hang the man involved. Give him a trial. Give him a quick trial, right? It's very obvious he did it. I don't care if he's mentally unfit. He knew right from wrong. Yeah, he might have been crazy. Everybody that randomly stabs someone on a subway is crazy. Publicly hang him. And every single politician that voted to put money towards getting people out of jail and back on the streets into private care facilities where they're not housed, but instead they're just given bullshit mental health treatment that is funneled to NGOs so that people can grift off of progressivism to enrich themselves and put criminals back out on the streets. Every judge, the last judge that was a part of that scandal, put her there too. Okay? Every DA that gave him a soft deal instead of actually doing something about this, put them there too. I want them to watch him be publicly hanged, and then I want to have them do a mea culpa, a march through the streets where everyone can talk about how shameful and fucked up they are, and then those people need to be barred from ever holding any form of public office until the day that they die. That's justice. Every person that aided in part of the crime in some degree or facilitated the likelihood of crimes like this occurring, and then the person needs to be barred from any public office.
For sure, they are participating in a conspiracy to commit manslaughter. They have a conspiracy of negligence, and maybe even beyond negligence if we look into their memos into what they were trying to achieve. Right. So yes, there's definitely a conspiracy there, which is a real crime, and it has a factual basis, and they probably apply to all of it. But it is still maddening that people...
Maybe I don't know what you're specifically referring to. If you're referring to like her wife running a facility that she is able to get people off of, she's able to judge that they then go to said facility that her and her wife make money off of. If that's what you're talking about, then I've heard about that. If there's something else, let me know in the chat. I'm sorry to interrupt. I just have a very active
Yeah,
chat right now.
you helped me crystallize my thoughts. What I should say is that I still hate this overtone window in which we're operating, where all of our solutions are socialist solutions. Where the main problem for me is not how the body is being disposed of, is the fact that the family does not decide. There is a theft that gets committed every time somebody dies to a murderer, and the family does not get a decision. The family does not get a say. And that's where our society, that's the core sickness in our society. They were, before this victim, before this lady, there were 14 other victims, which were bodily crimes victims, which all of them had a say in what they want to do to the other person. Even his own family got attacked.
Crime victims, for the record, but most of them were.
Okay.
Some of them was like stealing a bike, which is a property crime, and then another one was, the last one was like him over and over and over and over and over again, like calling the police department and like saying crazy shit, which is like tying up the lines and things like that, like, which, you know, goes towards the idea of, okay, this guy's a schizophrenic, he's crazy, but also goes towards the idea that this person's not mentally fit to roam the streets. They need a guardian appointed, and that guardian needs to be responsible for their actions, whether that be in an insane asylum or someone that's financially responsible for that person's actions while they're out on the street.
It's cruel and unusual punishment to live in a society where the families of victims do not get a say in what happens. That is the problem, and this is the core thing that's missing. And I despise that. The idea that I was taught that the vigilante in the films is sort of like an anti-hero. The vigilante, the person who executes justice, immediate upon aggressors, who walks around and protects his community at arms, that guy is somehow insane, that guy is somehow abnormal. That education, I absolutely despise it because of how false it is.
I want to piggyback off of this too, because like I was on Twitter talking about the Iryna, not talking about it, but I saw like Wick had posted something, right? And he had posted something along the lines of like, you know, we need justice, not vengeance, or something like that, right? When dealing with this. And it really upset me, like at my core, because there's something, because of this process that has occurred in our society. Our society is so sick that our very concepts and definitions have changed. And so I just, I pointed out, I was like, never until very recently in history, justice and vengeance have meant the same thing. They are the same thing. And then someone was like, no, they're not the same thing. So then I pulled up, and I'm going to read the definition from Webster's 1828, right? I want to read the definition of what the word vengeance used to mean before our society got so sick that we started changing definitions because of our poor philosophy. So this is a definition of vengeance from 1828. The infliction of pain on another in return for an injury or offense. Such infliction, when it proceeds from malice or more resentment and is not necessary for the purposes of justice, is revenge and a most heinous crime. When such affliction proceeds from a mere love of justice and the necessity of punishing offenders for the support of the laws, it is vengeance and is warrantable and just. In this case, vengeance is a just retribution, recompense, or punishment. In this latter sense, the word is used in Scripture and frequently applied to the punishments inflicted by God on sinners. And then it gives examples. Right? Like, there's this weird thing where vengeance has now become wrong because we have separated our concept of justice to be like this means of deterring crime and this means of like locking away the bad people so they don't cause harm, or this means of like fixing whatever problem caused the crime to begin with, right? Like, fixing this person's mental health or something. And the concept of retribution and recompense, the right of the family to be able to inflict pain or get their property back or get money back has been lost, especially as we've split criminal and civil court to such a degree that there are so many criminals out there that are not forced to pay recompense. Instead, they're locked in a cage by the state so that the problem goes away, so that everyone else can ignore the problem. And justice is ever increasingly no longer being served. Instead, we just sometimes lock people away or sometimes funnel them back onto the street over and over again. And a society cannot function that way for long. We cannot maintain order when the state has a monopoly on power and violence, and then it refuses to do its job with that monopoly.
And some might say it's doing the exact job it was designed for. A system is what it does.
Yeah, no, I know.
Yeah. Anyway, brother, I gotta go hit the weights. I gotta make this rage productive. So let me go simmer in a place where I don't have to watch my words, which is my home. Thank you for
right,
jumping in.
Yeah.
Take care.
All right, boys. That was interesting. It's just this entire day is just such a shit show. I know I'm harping on such a negative thing. Are there any updates? Someone said that Kash Patel posted. Let me just check. Again, I don't normally do, my Twitter is just full of people being like, white on white crime is destroying our country. I just fuck all of these people, man. This is rough, man. I don't see a way out of this but violence. And I mean that not prescriptively, I mean that descriptively. I just don't see how the young what are they going to do? They're going to vote? They're going to vote for ever increasing socialist right-wing people? That's going to help? That's going to, the same people that just want to fuck them just more slowly do they want to increase the rate that these people are getting fucked? Does Kash Patel have two different accounts? Oh yeah, FBI Director Kash Patel. There we go. The subject in custody has been released after interrogation by law enforcement. Our investigation continues and we continue to release information in interest of transparency. Dude, this is going to be wild if they don't catch this guy. Whoever this guy is. I mean, it could be a girl, but I mean, let's be honest, it's probably a guy. They let the new suspect go? Well, I mean, the guy might have had like an airtight alibi or something. I don't fucking know. Who knows who the person is? God damn, dude. Yeah, the internet is just like, Twitter is just so fucking toxic right now. Like, I want to like follow the updates, but it's just so many people on either side. Just there's a lot, like there's just a lot. My timeline is just full of Destiny tweets right now. Like, get off of there, dude. I need to mute Destiny next time I see one. Just trying to figure out if there's any more news or anything, but it doesn't look like it. Twitter has a pH level of 3. Shoe-on-Head is getting off Twitter. Dude, listen, Shoe-on-Head leaves Twitter for like 2 months, like every 4 months. Like, Shoe-on-Head being like, I need to hop off of Twitter is like not news. Sounds like a you problem, man. I don't see that shit. Yeah, I'm on Twitter following streamers and political news and shit. Like, that's part of my job. Yeah. If I wasn't a streamer, maybe I'd have a lot more cat videos on Twitter. Like, the algorithm is shaped to give me news and to give me drama from streamers and shit because of what I do. Like, for like, yeah, duh. You know what I mean? Like, come on. Now the right will have a faceless boogeyman? No, if they don't catch this guy, after we still have no information on Trump shooter, even though we obviously know that Secret Service failed miserably a whole bunch of different ways at best. That's the best case interpretation. You know, I mean, obviously there was those assassination attempts of the Democrat politicians that were voting with the right wing on Social Security fraud. I still think CIA probably did that one. I don't buy the narrative on that. It's too fucking convenient. And that guy stunk to high heaven with someone that had been activated. There's way too many inconsistencies with that story, and then that story just kind of disappeared. All right. Can we zoom off of this just a little bit? You guys want a little bit of a refresher, a little breather,
I'd like you to all pay attention.
A little comedy. All right. Let me pause the music. Sup? What's up is we've just had a fucking depressing political stream for an hour and a half following the Charlie Kirk stuff. All right, here's a little bit of a palate cleanse. This was in the Discord by the most annoying Discord user we have. What is his name? If I scroll up, I'll see him. It's 4 currency symbols is the person's name. Eurypsis, right? Who just posts random shit constantly with like no context. But nevertheless, this shit is hilarious.
I'd like you to all pay attention, please, to this post that Eric Solheim put on Twitter. And it says, shall we call it a 3-dimensional railway China with a Chinese flag?
Eric Solheim, by the way, if you don't know, is I think they talk about it in here. I only watched a little bit of it while I was at my mom's house, but this shit is hilarious.
Flag. All right.
Okay.
So who's Eric Solheim, first of all? Let's take a look at this guy, give him his accolades. He is a former Minister of Climate and the Environment of Norway.
Okay.
Right?
I see a UN flag behind him.
Mm-hmm. That's because he was also an executive director, or is also executive director of United Nations Environment Program, UNEP.
Okay, let's see what he's...
More like inept, if you ask me. This guy, by the way...
I understand it's the China show, guys, but this is China fact checkers. I don't know. They're a lot larger than I am. I don't know that I feel the need to shout them out when they're literally 100 times my size. But, this is from 6 months ago. But I just saw this and I was like, holy shit. Because we talk about some of the Chinese propaganda that we get with all the LED lights and all the all of the infrastructure videos, and the infrastructure videos have one car on them because they built a bridge to fucking nowhere. And it's just the constant slop of Chinese propaganda of a nation that's honestly doing worse than ours is hilarious. Carving mountains for 3 cars. Wow. Much future. Yeah. This shit is hilarious.
Wait, we've put him on the show before. He is 100% a China shill.
Yes.
He is
at all costs
in China's pocket. He only posts glowing things about China all the time, and it's ridiculous
Especially if you're the executive director of the UN Environment Program.
Oh, thanks for watching the video with Rob Norrell McCarthy. It was fun. Again, I still say go check out Rageaholic's video. It's way better than mine. But at the time, I was the only one talking about how McCarthy was based.
The environment?
Also, he posts the same thing over and over.
Yes.
Remember that brain food thing or something? It's good for brain health for the kids to sleep in class because they're so exhausted.
Which has nothing to do with the environment, by the way.
Yeah.
So he posts Chinese propaganda.
He just posts Chinese propaganda. Okay.
That's always good to have someone in the UN that's just posting direct...
Oh, yeah. The dude's a disgrace. He's an absolute disgrace. This person over here, Zhang Meifeng, okay, who's she? But she also says, shall we call it a 3-dimensional railway?
I think you found a little...
Hashtag China infrastructure.
Oh, now I see. I see.
So it's this is bragging about China's infrastructure. Who is she? She is the Consul General of the People's Republic of China in Belfast.
There's a Sam Hyde video talking about the drug. Is it something I could watch on stream? Because if it is, post in the Discord. That might be funny.
Okay.
Right?
So
she's
Ireland?
part of the Chinese Communist Party. Okay, so she's a Communist Party CCP official.
She's the official.
So here you've got Shillboy who works for the Chinese government I'll put that in Minecraft or whatever, but he literally just posts the junk, and you've got...
And again, this is such beautiful evidence of dead internet theory. Every fucking account nowadays is some fucking Chinese account or is some fucking Indian account that's just posting rage bait constantly of just nonsense propaganda or things designed to make us mad. And all of those accounts are botted to fuck. Everybody on Twitter is with more than 100,000 followers that you've never fucking heard of. I mean, all of the streamers, all these people, it's so fucking obvious how many people that just have the dumbest fucking takes and then just have like all of these like glowing reviews that are vague as fuck in their comments. Like everybody's botting at this point. Science Girl Bot Farm, you got it.
Chinese Communist official posting the same thing. This is to brag about China's infrastructure.
I would love to see China's infrastructure here. I want to see this three-dimensional trade.
I'd like everybody to take a look at this video that they posted, because it's a video.
This is an official post.
Yeah, let's watch. Let's watch.
Okay. Hold on. Wait.
It's an official post.
Yeah, let's watch. Let's watch. This, yeah.
What?
A couple of things.
A couple of
things. Okay.
What?
So, okay, all right. I'd like everybody to pay attention to the tunnels.
I pinged you with the Sam Hyde clip. Yeah, I saw.
And
I'm sorry. This is from the Chinese Communist Party and Eric Solheim, a guy in the UN.
Yes.
Okay.
They posted this as propaganda.
Yes.
Okay, wait. Just look again. Look again now. Watch this.
You didn't speed that up.
This is the worst. You know, it's hilarious to me because China puts out the worst propaganda, and it's so bad. And yet you will see so many accounts that are just like glazing the fuck out of it. And like every fucking commie account, you know, like American Communist Party or something being like, this is why China #1.
It speed it up so you can see how it's moving around.
Oh, I see. Because, yeah, you can see how it's moving.
However, I think the most amazing part of this video is, yeah, you have to pay attention to the water. Everybody, please watch the water.
Yeah. Watch the water, boys.
On the left.
Mm-hmm.
Why are the waves coming? What is that?
Enhance. Enhance.
It's like the fucking dog from Never-Ending Story.
What the?
Like the dog dragon from Never-Ending Story is just randomly in the water.
It's a dragon. And then
it's going backwards. No, this is how it is. It's going backwards.
While the trains go forward.
Falcor, thank you.
Yes. Oh, shall we call it a three-dimensional railway, China? Shall we call it a three-dimensional railway? Hashtag China infrastructure.
Look at the tracks keep moving around.
Everything is a joke. This is the
worst thing I've actually ever seen.
That dragon is nightmare
Pause it
fuel.
real quick. It really is. Can you play the one that we thought was worse?
Oh, yes,
This is worse.
Yeah. Yes. It's so dumb.
Dude, that's the dumbest shit I've ever seen in my life.
And it's a Chinese government official and
the UN. Bro, what timeline are we living in?
If the UN wants any credibility, have it talk to your Eric Solheim CCP shill and tell him to shut.
Dude, does anybody trust anything from someone from the UN? Like, I mean, maybe, like, are libertarians just like uniquely black-pilled on this in some way that like normies aren't or something? Because if I see something comes from somebody working at the UN, I'm like, oh, this is definitely some dumb shit.
Just shut the hell up, okay? Just stop posting on Twitter.
I love this. There's literally a dragon going in forward and reverse while fake trains intersect each other through floating tunnels dancing.
I'm skipping ahead just a little bit because I want you guys to see how many large accounts are posting this shit.
Drugs, okay?
This is the funniest fucking thing I've ever seen in my life.
I know.
This is insane.
Okay, but I wanted to show you how the Chinese government propaganda engine works. That's what propaganda is all about, okay?
The dragon!
Slopaganda. I've never heard that term before, but I'm going to start using that. Slopaganda is amazing.
I didn't see it.
They didn't. Okay, so people have been posting this because this is what happens. Twitter or X has become a Chinese propaganda amplification platform. Yeah. It's just there to amplify Chinese propaganda. Take a look. You got multiple people posting the exact same thing. Then you've got like this info door. China's three-dimensional railway highlights its advanced infrastructure and innovation while maintaining harmony with the natural environment. What natural environment? Dragons? Natural dragons?
I do love too that they keep saying three-dimensional railway. Like, I understand that presumably the technology here that's amazing is 3 trains going over a bridge for some reason. Like, that's like, I don't understand why there wouldn't just be a bridge, like why they need to be cross-section like that. I don't understand why the trains look like they're from the 1960s. I don't understand. So much of this is so bad, but three-dimensional is supposed to be like there's 3 dimensions because it's 3 trains, but three-dimensional is just the material world. Everything is three-dimensional. Like it's not with what? Like it's not Hollow Knight. Yeah, it's 3D.
The tree is a tunnel. The top of a tree is a
Slopaganda is a section they always do on the China show. Fucking love it.
tunnel.
Yes.
The reference point doesn't even make sense.
I know, right? It's so stupid.
What are the size of those trains? Are they this big?
Oh, I mean, look here. Also, this thing, right? It's supposed to be like another bridge or something, but it's just randomly chopped off. It's just like what, and it floats around.
By the way,
yeah.
Although this is the worst fake shit I've ever seen in my life. Even if let's just pretend they did a real version of this, it looks so bad.
Yeah.
Actually, it is 2D trains, right? In reality, it's just 2D.
It looks miserable and polluted.
It does. Why did they think this was good?
What's the harmony here?
Yeah, exactly. Anyway, like it doesn't stop there.
Where are these trains going, by the way, that they need to intersect out of a tree?
Yeah, I know. I mean? It's so dumb. You've got multiple accounts. Like there are so many accounts posting the same garbage.
This is an official account, right?
Yeah, this one over here is the Daily CPEC, which is says breaking: three-dimensional railway in #China showcases its infrastructural development and innovation while preserving the natural environment.
You've just lost all credibility.
Yeah. By the way, this account is the #1 source on China, Pakistan, economic something or other.
Oh, it's BRI, Belt and Road Initiative. This is Xi Jinping stuff.
It is. BRI and World, yeah.
This is
CPEC.
real official stuff.
Yeah, and they're putting this out. It doesn't end there. There's more.
BRI being Brazil, Russia, India?
I want to ask you a question.
Yeah.
This is a three-dimensional railway, they said?
Yes.
What is a normal railway then? Is it 2D? Is it Mario?
Yeah, again, it's 2D.
Yeah, like Epic posts daily. Like, let's look at Epic posts daily. I guarantee you this is all just bots. Like for sure. Like, I'm just curious how large this account is. Okay, this is only fucking 2,100, but they only follow one account. Who do they follow? They follow Elon Musk. All right. I was just curious. Well, that's not what I meant to do. What did I? Oh, God damn it. Was there anything else even in that video? Fuck it. We'll just go to this drone video. How long is this video? A minute and 44 seconds? Let's go. All right.
People keep posting these aerial drone display videos.
This is the dumbest shit ever, by the way. Can I just say, before we even get into what he's saying, it's not that impressive. We do them in America. It's just a lot, like some of them are cool, I guess. I don't know. Does anybody else find the aerial display drones just kind of lame? Like, I get that they can do some cool shit, but like people will be like, wow, whoa. I don't know. I think the fireworks or something material about packing it and doing it in a certain way is cooler to me than like just a computer program on drones and lights. Like, I have a computer screen at home. It's way more impressive than the aerial drone footage. It does the same thing, but like way better. It doesn't do anything for me. It's just like, there's something visceral about the explosion of a firework and, the being able to get the chemicals to line up just right. That to me seems more fun. There's like the noise associated with it. Maybe I'm weird. I just like the old analog fireworks.
People keep posting these aerial drone display videos of drones shaped like a dragon. Correct me if I'm wrong. That's something that a bright high schooler could do on a smaller scale.
Yeah, for sure. It is definitely something that you would expect to see out of like an Indian high school kid in like local news program something.
Is it not? Making drones move around in 3D space? How is that an impressive problem to anybody except boneheads who are mystified by drones in the first place? Look.
The clip of putting 2 chicken bones on a black person to call them boneheads is fucking wild.
This aerial drone display, it's a ballet of killer drones. How can we compete with that? That's what drones do. They move around and coordinate.
I mean, to be fair, America has a lot of regulations on drones, and all of our drones are thus built in China for some fucking reason. I don't know, like, the way we regulate drones and make it more difficult to develop drone technology when the future of war is very obviously drone warfare is just fucking weird to me. it's like it's a level of government incompetence that like, oh, Lockheed Martin's got us. Which, to be fair, some of the anti-drone shit that we have is fucking insane. People talk about like drones being a big problem for us. I like looked into like Mjolnir and like the Marines like mobile fucking units that like have like anti-drone shit, and like drones are not a fucking problem for the US military. Like we have like ranged lasers that fuck them up. We have like anti-drone hacking shit. We have fucking targeted EMP pulses for drones. Like we have a lot of shit to fuck up drones that's already been tried and used in part in Afghanistan and in other conflicts. And I'm pretty sure we're giving some of that shit to Ukraine so we can test out the kinks, so that like we don't have to like we're good. Like this idea that like China's going to show up with a bunch of drones and fucking destroy us is literally just an idea. It's just something people say because they see an internet video and then they're like, oh, China #1, because you just got pulled in by the propaganda and you have no fucking clue like what we're doing in our military, or you haven't even bothered to Google, because there's a lot of really crazy and honestly kind of cool shit that I'm not trying to say the U.S. military's base or anything, but it is cool. It is.
Drones do. They move around in coordinate space. Who gives a fuck? Well, it's the low-hanging fruit of robotics that mystifies people. I mean, maybe I'm wrong. Didn't we have more impressive shit in the 80s? Isn't this more impressive?
One. Cover.
With no pilot to compromise performance, even more unusual craft and propulsion systems have been designed and tested.
Why do we need to compete with...
Nah, nothing for fiber optic drones. Dude, they have publicly admitted multiple fucking things. Hold on. Like that we have all kinds of crazy shit. We're developing fucking the ability to point lasers into the sky and trigger a plasma reaction so that we can deal with certain drones. Which, by the way, I think that is probably what like some UFO shit is. There's nothing like fireworks to celebrate. This thing doesn't want me talking about BLO. What's BLO? What? Were you censored by YouTube because like blowing up or something? Like what happened?
Why do we need to compete with them? Can't we just kick their spies out and tell them to fuck off?
Yeah, like hold on. Fucking hold on. Like, I'm just going to show Mjolnir. Like this shit is like, this is old tech. This is a video from 4 years ago. This is some of the old shit that we have. And this is a really lame video, but it's by Lockheed Martin, right? I'm going to speed up to like 1.5. But like, this is just some of the old shit we have. This isn't even like the mobile shit, right? Like this is like the stationary stuff.
Utilizes directed energy. Thor doesn't have a mighty hammer, but rather utilizes directed energy to disable the electronics in drones. You don't need to be a Marvel superheroes fan to know that Thor is the god of thunder. Now the US Army is...
You don't need to be a Marvel superheroes fan to know about Thor? Yeah, do people only know about Thor from Marvel? Like, does no one know what Norse gods are?
Calling in the godlike powers, not of Thor, but rather Thor, the tactical high-power operational responder. This system.
Wow, this is what yeah, but it's like, we have shit to take care of drones. It's supremely stupid that for whatever fucking reason we don't let civilians adopt this shit, but we let them build all the shit in China. So like a lot of the research gets immediately leaked to China. So whatever we have, they have, which is fucking insane when it comes to drones. But nevertheless, we have shit to take out drones.
Which was developed by the United States Air Force Research Laboratories, AFRLs, Directed Energy Directorate at Kirtland Air Force Base, AFB.
Yeah, dude. Wait, is one of your friends thinking there's just like fucking like 400 Chinese people with a fucking like little camera, like remote controller? And it's like, man, they must have beat those Chinese children so well to get them to fly in tandem. The choreography is so great. Like nobody, like they didn't figure out that it's just a computer program.
Can address the increasing threat posed by enemy drones and other airborne threats.
That's sad, Stacy.
While still in the prototype stage, Thor doesn't have a mighty hammer, but rather utilizes directed energy to disable the electronics in drones. It was specifically engineered to counter multiple targets, including drone swarms, with rapid results. It is compact enough that the platform can be housed in a 20-foot-long shipping container and can thus be stowed and transported via a military cargo plane, and when deployed in the field can be assembled by just 2 people.
You get the idea. It's like targeted energy weapons that can take out drone swarms and individual drones. They have ones that they use for like the Rangers, you know what I mean? Obviously, the Ranger unit has like their own thing. The Marines have their own thing. They don't say what the Navy, what special forces have, right? So like we don't know what Marine Force Recon or the Navy SEALs or the Green Berets. We don't know what the fuck they have, but we know what the Rangers have, and the Rangers have systems that actually can target, hack and or confuse drones so that they can do large troop movements without actually destroying the drone, so the enemy isn't aware of their movements via the drone. Like we have a ton of shit to go against drones. Like the obsession with like drones are going to destroy us is dumb. What drones are going to do is they're going to fuck up other countries that don't have what we have.
Off. When do I get some Chinese pussy? Okay, am I not a big enough media?
Hold on. Coming back to that, I gotta back up. What?
Why do we need to compete with them?
Even more unusual craft and propulsion systems have been designed and tested.
Why do we need to compete with them? Can't we just kick their spies out and tell them to fuck off? When do I get some Chinese pussy? Okay, am I not a big enough media figure that the CCP, is it the CCP, Chinese Communist Party? Why aren't they sending these hot spies to fuck with me?
Not putting up Kash Patel's girlfriend from is a mistake. When did this video come out? Hold on. 8 months ago? Okay, you're forgiven, Sam Hyde.
Suck my dick for blackmail. When's that gonna happen? China, I'm waiting, okay? I have 300,000 YouTube subscribers, or 250,000 probably, 200,000? How much on Hide Wars? If you have over 100,000 Twitter followers, you should demand that a hot Chinese spy comes and sucks your dick, okay?
All right, boys, make sure you like, share, and subscribe, all right? I'm trying to get a CCP to come honeypot me. All right, boys? I only need about 97,400 more subscribers, okay? And then I can demand the CCP honeypot.
You take video. Whatever. Why is that? Am I not popular enough to get this fucking mingling? To get Bing Bing over here?
This really wasn't much of a rant about drones, to be honest. I was mostly unimpressed. Got to replace the voice acting with Alan Watts in the audio track with gunship versus Calyx tracks. But yeah, there's a ton of different anti-drone defense systems. Like one of the ones that works really fucking good are just net guns. Like net guns fuck up drones. They're just kind of cumbersome. So they usually only use them on like vehicles. All right. Also, let me know if there's any updates on the Charlie Kirk situation or whatever. You know, just, I don't know. Just let me know if that happens. Last little fun thing. I don't know if it's fun.
Who's to blame for home?
But Reason TV puts out something decent every now and then. And so I figured I'd showcase this because I thought it was interesting. Yeah. Did I miss Fuck England? We didn't do a Fuck England segment today. All right. But you know, for austerity's sake, we'll play the clip.
Yeah, stupid ass bitch.
This shit too easy, goddamn. Fuck England. And the queen can suck my dick. Fuck England. Fish and chips, teen crumpets in my penis. That's a list of what you eat if you from England. So fuck England.
All right, that was for you. That was for you, Mince. All right, I put it in there against my better judgment. You got no fuck England clips for the day. Because we just the Charlie Kirk situation and talking about, Iryna. It's been a depressing day. So this is less depressing somehow. Actual War Channel are talking about the UK Civil War now. There's no civil war in the UK right now. I think mostly the UK is just going to I just think the few good people are going to come over here. Like, we'll see what happens. Like, it's crazy how accurate Atlas Shrugged really was. If you remember from Atlas Shrugged, Europe had already fallen to socialism, and we were just sending the main ships that Ragnar was targeting were aid ships to Europe, stolen from tax money, and he would sink it and then recover the stolen gold. And it's like, yeah, we're watching Europe fall to socialism to an extreme degree. And pretty soon we're going to be sending, just like we send to Africa, we're going to be sending U.S. aid all over Europe. I mean, we already are to a certain degree. We're not sending food and shit. We will be soon enough. A bunch of people are going to escape and come here. And then they're going to try and vote for all the same shit that ruined their country, because they're going to be mad that we don't have, national health services, and they're going to be mad that we have guns. We'll see, Poval. But anyways, more lighthearted but just as depressing is the situation in Seattle for private property owners. And I think it's this is kind of the boring shit that people don't talk about. But I thought it was interesting, so I was gonna share it. But I do think it's important we talk about some of this stuff, but it's so difficult to talk to normal people, because this isn't a sensationalist headline like someone gets stabbed or assassinated, obviously. But this is just as important to discuss just what the fuck is happening in our cities, and why housing is going up, and why the cost of business and why inflation is occurring to such a degree. So I'll just play this piece by reason.
Homeless encampments on private property. If you're Seattle, it's not the homeless, it's not the city, it's property owners who should be punished. That is the old Joanne Craft store. It's in Seattle's Ballard neighborhood, and for years the area has been overrun by homeless encampments.
Bro, the Mexican president was talking about the end of the neoliberalism and showed train in an infographic. Atlas Shrugged confirmed. I mean, she's a communist that only was able to get elected because the cartels killed 150 or some crazy amount of candidates that she was running against. And now she's just going on a propaganda tour talking about all the state money they're going to use to build hospitals and shit. Mexico is just going to go further into the dumps. Things will get better for a time, because that's always what happens when the government spends money. The government takes a whole bunch of money, builds a whole bunch of infrastructure, and then for 3 or 4 years, things are better because that was likely needed infrastructure. And they're like, look, the healthcare is better. There's more people getting healthcare and all that. And then what ends up happening is the inflation occurs. The businessmen that left because of the increased regulation and taxes start to leave. GDP and growth go down because there's less jobs available. It takes a few years, but you'll notice anytime people talk about the success of some big socialist program, it's always and then 5 years later, for 5 years, things got so good, but then capitalism ruined things. And it's no, you dumb fuck. If you steal a bunch of money and spend it on infrastructure, things get better for a short period of time. But then the consequences of stealing a bunch of money and having a bunch of taxes start to hit, and you get inflation and rising costs and fleeing wealthy people. And then all of a sudden you get low GDP growth and lower wages and less jobs available and higher inflation. And then somehow that becomes capitalism's fault.
In the last 4 years, people filed numerous complaints with the Seattle Department of
Oh, God. Yeah, Standard Oil is... I got to do a thing on Standard Oil.
The area has been overrun by homeless encampments. In the last 4 years, people filed numerous complaints with the Seattle Department of Construction and Inspections about homeless squatters and problems they bring to the area. Here they are, literally, August 2021, on Google Maps.
That's wild that your homelessness problem is so bad that it's in the fucking picture on Google Maps.
So Joann's eventually moved out in April after the company went bankrupt. But property owner Sam Hawley knows what can happen to vacant buildings in Seattle. Like, they mysteriously burn down. And since the...
God damn it. All right, listen, we're talking about the homelessness problem in Seattle and how the government is fucking over property owners. All right, we're not talking about Standard Oil. But since it's there, do not be disruptive. Do not point out the flaws. Povel, the classroom is never the time to try and convert your classmates into fucking your political thing. It's not the time to ask hard questions. Nicola, shush. That's how you get B's and C's while dumb fucks always get A's. The trick to doing well in college and doing well in high school, but mostly in college, is to get your communist professor to think that you're a communist. That's how you get A's. That's it. Getting good grades in college and having good grades is about how obedient you are to neo-Marxism. That's it. It has very little to do with how hard you work. It has very little to do with how well you take tests or any of those things. Yes, you have to be able to have rote memorization of the things the professor wants on the test in order to get an A. But you're going to get an A on your paper if your paper is why we need more socialism in some degree or another. That's how you get an A on the paper. And if you don't write that, you can write a phenomenal fucking paper and you're still going to get a C or a B. That's just how it works. There's very few honest professors or good people that are in the teaching profession. They're almost all socialists, and everything that they want is to force you to believe whatever it is that they believe. Do not try and be a unique fucking butterfly. Okay? Just keep your head down, shut the fuck up, get the A's, and then later you can do something. But college and high school and especially college is completely indoctrinated. I literally majored in sociology because it's one of the easiest majors. Yeah, one of my majors was sociology. Super easy, as long as you didn't say anything against the professor.
The city appraised his property at a whopping $8.2 million. He'd taken steps to protect and secure it. He told Como News,
"The posts were up, the concrete was drying, and the fencing wasn't up yet."
Until one week in June, he went out of town for a few days, and that's when 15 to 20 people moved into the parking lot.
Okay, so just recapping, all right? She's describing Joann's craft that shut down, all right? It's an over $800,000 evaluated property, okay? They put in a fence, they put in concrete, they secured the facility, and then they went out of town for a week. And then homeless people moved in, and then this is how the city of Seattle responded.
Those unhoused neighbors, yeah, they kept doing drugs out in the open. Naturally, this generated a ton of complaints because the property is across the street from a children's playground at Ballard Commons Park. And since Seattle has made it difficult for property owners to remove encampments, Hawley called the cops. He then invested $30,000 more. Yeah, they kept doing drugs out in the open. Naturally, this generated a ton of complaints because the property is across the street from a children's playground at Ballard Commons Park. And since Seattle has made it difficult for
Even on private property, some Seattle City Council members trying to limit removals of unauthorized homeless encampments.
property
Jesus
owners
Christ.
to remove encampments, Hawley called the cops. He then invested $30,000 more in a new perimeter fence. But for the Seattle Department of Construction and Inspections, this wasn't enough. The city sent him a letter of
Get this liquid Zulu motherfucker out of here. No, stop doing drugs in playgrounds.
property violations that included unauthorized entry, litter, overgrown plants, and graffiti. For the first 10 days of noncompliance, penalties are $150 a day. After that, penalties increase to $500 per day for each violation. Penalties keep adding up too until corrections are done and the housing and zoning inspector has come and confirmed the building is in compliance.
So, they're not going to take care of the homeless problem. What the city of Seattle, Washington will do is if the homeless move in and you've secured it with a fence and you say, please help me, please do something about this. After 10 days, the $150 per day fine goes to $500 per day per point of non-compliance.
But this might be a challenge because I was just told people keep breaking the lock to the new gate. The city also sent Holly a second letter on the same day telling him that his building is now being monitored for 3 months as part of their vacant building monitoring program. So instead of helping Holly, the city punishes the victim. Of course, they also charge fees for the monitoring, but those depend on the condition of property at that time. A building with no violations still incurs a $332 fee. A building secured with violations totals $652, and a building open to entry is a $782 penalty. And since the state hasn't screwed you enough, they also charge a 5% technology fee. So the inspector...
I love that there's just a random 5% fee so that they can say that the fees are lower than the fees that are already too much.
Came to look at Holly's property and found it secured with violations for a total fine of $684.41. He's also being forced to pay $348.98 for a follow-up inspection. Once he's in compliance for 3 months in a row, Holly will be removed from the monitoring program. You know, the one for his benefit. But it's surprising homelessness still persists here, considering King County recently spent over $200 million to purchase 11 hotels for the homeless. So why would anyone want to own commercial property in Seattle?
Whoo! I wonder how they're getting that $200 million. So they spend hundreds of millions on taxes and to fix the homelessness problem. And therefore that justifies them taxing the ever-living shit out of you if there's homeless people there. I feel like my rage is so dampened by like the Iryna situation and the Charlie Kirk situation that like, I feel like on a normal day, I would be losing my shit. But I was just like, I've deadened myself so much that I'm just like, yep, the government just fucking, you know, does everything they can to destroy. I was talking to Admiral Gibbs in the DMs. I'm obviously not going to leak the DMs. But we were just talking about like I was like, dude, like if shit pops off, I really genuinely hope Texas secedes, because Texas might be one of the only places that can secede and can do it effectively and has the economy to not immediately get invaded because of the growing tech industry and the oil and petroleum refineries and the plastics production, on top of being energy self-sufficient and on top of being sufficient in a lot of other stuff. And you can, exactly, you have Texas, like you have like a third of like your Republicans are like ready to secede anyways. But I'm going to play some music. And I am going to use the restroom, and then I'm going to hop in and we're going to have this, you know, scheduled content to chit chat with, what is it? Nevin Gussack. I'm going to have to get him to appropriately pronounce his name, once we start talking. And we'll probably, you know, continue to talk about the shit that has been occurring today a little bit. And then go into his explanation of radical civic nationalism and how he moved politically and how I moved. It should be a fun little conversation. But give me just a moment. Let me cut this video capture to logic capture. Let me do center. And then I'm going to... I'll use the restroom and be right back. I don't care how many viewers I lose. Hygiene is important to me. And so I always make sure that I thoroughly wash my hands. And I probably lose, like I lost 8 concurrent viewers using the restroom. Maybe I would only have lost 4 if I didn't wash my hands. But I want you guys to know just how important hygiene is to me. Because right? What? No, I wanted to use the Elgato. Oh, hold on. There we go. Hopefully this works. Uh-oh. I can hear you. Hold on, give me a second. All right, can you hear me? Hold on, give me a second. Audio. What the fuck? All right, can you hear me now? Yeah, I can hear you. It, for whatever reason, it changed my, the default for Google Meets audio was, can you blow up my camera? Or is my camera just like in the corner like that? There we go. Hold on. I found the button that puts us side by side. I'm just trying to make sure it looks good for the stream. I got it. Yeah, the default audio was my virtual camera through OBS, which doesn't have audio. I was All right, can you give me audio test real quick? Can you just say something for me so I can check the audio levels? I can hear, can you guys hear him? Because it's not showing up on my OBS that it's coming through. No, okay, hold on. Let me try it. So hold on, it's not going through microphone. Okay, hold on one second. All right, go ahead and give me an audio.
Me? Sure. 2 books that I would recommend to beginning ANCAPs, leaving off of your stream. Number 1, which I tweeted you about, Benevolent Barons by Quentin Scrabbeck on worker-centered capitalism during the Gilded Age, which gives a nuanced view of the diversity of capitalism, as well as Ludwig von Mises's book, The Anti-Capitalist Mentality, which I think is his shortest book. Whether you agree with it or not, those are the 2 books you should start out with. How's that?
There you go. That's good audio test. I might disagree, but
that's fine.
What's very interesting is I have people ask me all the time about book recommendations. And the thing that the way that I kind of feel about book recommendations is I hate blanket book recommendations. Because it's like, well, what do you like to read? You know what I mean? Like I hear this all the time. It's like, oh, start with this and start with this and start with this. This is what every ANCAP should do. And it's like, I had someone come in the other day and they were like, oh, I'm trying to get my dad to, like, my dad understands I'm an ANCAP. He wants to learn more. Like, what should I tell him to read? And I was like, well, does your dad like history? And then they're like, yeah. And I'm like, okay, well, Hans Hermann Hoppe's A Short History of Man. Mm-hmm. He's like a telling of the world history through an ANCAP lens. Mm-hmm. I think if your dad's into history and knows everything that's going to be referenced here because he's a big history buff, right? then that's a great way to like introduce like a worldview from the perspective of the way that we think. But that's a terrible book for someone trying to learn anarcho-capitalism. You know what I mean? So it's just like, I hate blanket book recommendation, and nothing against yours, right? Those
No,
are two,
of course not.
I've read the Mises one. I haven't read the other one that you DM'd me. And also openly admitting, I was out today trying to get a preamp for my microphone so it doesn't sound so crunchy. And then I bought one, and then it came with the wrong adapter. So I'm still not using it. I'm still just using, so like I don't have enough power in my mic. So it's going to sound a little crappy and crunchy. But that was happening at the same time Charlie Kirk was getting assassinated.
Yeah.
So like my prep work for this stream was destroyed. Like I didn't get to read that much.
Well, but also, to be honest with you, you're educated. I don't know if we're live right now, and if we are, cool.
We are, sorry.
It's okay. Are you alive now?
Yeah, I'm always live if I'm talking.
Oh, okay,
I apologize.
Cool.
I thought.
I mean, look, you're an educated enough guy, even if you read the titles and even the introductory paragraphs, you pretty much know what the hell I'm talking about. You're astute. And, you know, look, both of us are for a form of free enterprise, but we different in spirit, goals, and levels of regulation. My views tend to be pretty syncretic. It's like my views on government are, it's like a necessary evil when I look at the history and trends, and my pieces are very heavily footnoted. And I say, okay, here's where we have to protect the nation, stabilize capitalism and whatnot, and recreate our industrial base. Because I'm kind of a career guy. You probably read through my stuff. It's very anti-communist, very anti-fascist. Tying into Charlie Kirk, I see what's being the shit. I know you cuss, and so do I.
Yeah,
so I'll
you
be a
can curse.
little raw.
As long as you don't break YouTube TOS, we're fine.
No, I won't. What Black Red Guard had stated on Twitter, for example, if you know who he is, I think he's a YouTuber. He's a Maoist Stalinist, and he said, "Oh, I guess he lost the debate." And these people. And I want to hear more about your story from the left and whatnot, but for the benefit of my audience. But these people scare the shit out of me. If you know the anti-communist community, a guy who calls talk radio, Jimmy from Brooklyn, who's kind of a friend of mine, and he has infiltrated communist meetings. He's met Gus Hall. He's met a lot of these characters, and he compares them to pimps. They talk a great game to the ladies, drawing him into prostitution. They talk the world, the worst kinds of salesmen you think of. And yet they suck them in and they bleed them dry. And I've always been a lifelong anti-communist. That started from my stepdad showing me the movie Red Dawn. I saw it when it first came out in 1984.
Sorry, that's just funny. That's just funny. Like it started with Red Dawn. I had my Daisy pea shooter in the backyard saying, "You're not coming and taking my yard. Dad taught me the evils of communism." Yeah, well, I guess we'll get into our story, because you said you wanted to talk about where we came from, both of us, in our journey, and I guess I'll explain kind of my journey,
Sure,
and
go ahead.
and then I'd love to hear yours, how you went from a more free market enterprise, libertarian-esque, right? I would never call someone that isn't an ANCAP a libertarian, but that's me. I'm going to gatekeep, and it is good to gatekeep. But yeah, and we'll just kind of get into it. But yeah, this stuff with Charlie Kirk is scary. I think Charlie Kirk is the worst person to have assassinated in terms of maintaining stability, because he's a very tepid conservative, right? He's very soft. Right, he's not a groiper. He's not a fascist. He's not a. I mean, he's a typical neocon that is, maybe a little less hawkish than the Buckleys and other neocons, like a slightly more isolationist neoconservative, right? And he's very, very famously so. Let's have talks. Let's not get to violence. So, I mean, they've made a martyr, and I don't know what the fallout's going to be, but it's not going to be good. I don't know if the fallout will be immediate, but a domino has fallen today.
I was talking to my mother on the way here. And I have to be honest, I wish I did more prep on my end. I was listening to your last stream, so at least I'm boning up because I've seen some of your debates and whatnot. But
very
my
different,
mother,
very different content.
yeah, no, and it was some interesting shit there too as well. It's like, oh yeah. I remember Operation Toucan and Allende and this bullshit that he was a democratic socialist. I could spend a freaking half an hour reciting why he isn't a quote democratic socialist. And but with that stated, my mother, she's boomer, baby boomer, like my parents and step parents. I was talking to her, and I said to her, this is like reminding me of the late 60s and into the 70s. And this is where you had a serious threat of division, of radical leftist terrorist groups like the Black Panthers, the Weather Underground, the Black Liberation Army, etc.
Whoa, the Weather Underground only ever bombed buildings without people in them. How dare you call them dangerous?
Yeah, they killed some cops too as well. And you look at the plans that they wanted.
I was joking.
Yeah, I know you're kidding, but it's just, and the people need to know this information because it's lost history. You look at Larry Grathwohl, who is an FBI infiltrator in the Weather Underground and a Vietnam War veteran, stated in Weather Underground, I think they called it Central Committee meetings, and they talked about mass executions of, I think, like 25 million so-called diehard capitalists, which you and me would be lumped in that most certainly. So-called education camps, and inviting the North Vietnamese, the Soviets, the Chinese, and North Koreans into the U.S. to occupy parts of the United States. And people think, and this is a big bone of contention where I get some shit for, but the Cold War never ended really and truly in 1991. When we talk about, like, when people on the left talk about, oh, in Russia, they privatized the wealth and everything. Well, when you look at the Soviet documents that have been selectively smuggled out, even from dating from the 1980s, 1990s, they wanted to create what was termed an invisible party economy. And Yeltsin even said in 1990, whoa, we're basically want to give socialism a new flavor. We're going to stop calling it socialism. And communist parties and quote unquote socialist parties do relabel themselves. They know better. One of the things that socialism as properly defined never appealed to me for a number of reasons. And one of which is the deception. And I'll let you continue after this, but one of my biggest influences was George Orwell's 1984. And I'm going through this because you don't know me from Adam, so I have to go through my whole spiel here. And and I'm not even reading the quotes, I'm trying to go from memory, but when Winston was reading, quote, the book, The Theory and Practice of Oligarchical Collectivism, they talked about the history before English socialism or INSOC took over in the revolution. And it talked about how people who were considered enlightened and progressive justified war crimes, mass executions, slavery, and all the rest of it. And he's right. He was absolutely right, because I'm like, holy shit. And I was a teen at the time, towards the end of the so-called end of the Cold War. And I'm like, holy shit, this is like what a lot of the hard left type of people are saying. They justify all of these atrocities. Now, of course, I saw that in the anti-communist right, and they embraced a lot of what you and I would both consider excessively statist collectivist leaders, but that's, of course, for further down the line.
I mean, I'm an ANCAP, right? An anarcho-objectivist. So, my belief on socialism is going to be, maybe not quite matching colloquially, right? Like I look at our economy as a deeply socialist economy. And I think things have, been going downhill since 1913. And I look at denazification, and what occurred in Europe as, just the evidence of the destruction the destroying aspects of socialism because it bred so much socialism in Europe. And that's why Europe is falling faster than us, because they're more socialist than us. We're still falling, but we're falling at a slower rate than is, places like the UK or Germany. But it's interesting you brought up Orwell as like such a big inspiration. When I was turning from a communist, one of the things that like kind of pulled on me was that portion of The Road to Wigan Pier where he's describing viewing actual communism in practice, and like the woman in the muck and the mire digging through shit, and like it was a scene that couldn't be hidden from him as he was given this beautiful tour of the success of socialism. And it was like one of those things that like because we talk far too often, I think, especially libertarians, about the value of logos and rhetoric, right? Oh, I have the data, I have the arguments, I have this, but a proper means of pulling people away from ideology really requires ethos, and especially pathos. It requires that emotion. And I think Orwell was exceedingly good at telling a narrative, in such a way that made you feel the horrors of socialism in a way that, a single photo or a single picture can do kinda, but an argument just can't. But yeah, so anyways, going, because so that our audience gets to, the meat and bones, like my journey, right? So I'm not Gen X. I'm like right smack dab in the middle of millennials, right? 1990. Okay. And, I grew up in an era of relative, I guess you could say peace, right? Relative, like I grew up with one foot in the door of like kind of that Gen X, everything's okay and everyone's stupidly unaware. I call Generation X the silence generation as opposed to the silent generation, because they kind of just ignored everything. And now all of a sudden they're popping up, a lot of, and this isn't to you specifically, but just a general rule. Now they're popping up to being like, the adults are here. And it's like, dude, you've been asleep at the wheel for 30 fucking years. What are you talking about? Because my generation, what started with me is, I grew up poor, as a kid, Section 8 and things like that. My parents eventually moved to the suburbs, which was a culture shock for me because I grew up around all black kids in the ghetto. And then, halfway through middle school, I'm with all the rich white kids. Like, what is happening, And so I had a chip on my shoulder. I had a lot of problems. I had an abusive home, very abusive. I had a narcissistic stepfather. And when I say narcissistic, I don't mean like a white girl breaks up with her boyfriend and calls him a narcissist. I mean a malignant narcissist that would do things like mug my mother so that she would then go to him, not knowing that he was the one that mugged her, so that she would then be driven into his arms so that he could be her hero. I mean, like the type of man that would gaslight my mother to such a degree that she would come and beat me so he could then stop her from beating me, so that he would be the savior that stopped my mother, so that I knew that I had to, like that, like that's like 2 out of like 200 stories I could tell. And so I had 3 major events kind of like occur in my life. One of them was, when I was young. 2 of these occurred when I was a teenager, right? And so the 2 that occurred when I was a teenager was that my great uncle, I guess, great uncle. It gets confusing because there's no grand uncle, so it's my great uncle, right? Great grand uncle or great uncle. He had a real bad crack problem in Memphis, Tennessee. He was a bit of a violent man. He liked to beat women from time to time. And he got into an argument with his girlfriend over crack, right? So she stabbed him, and then he stabbed her back. She died. He lived. Then he immediately drove to his mother's house, called the police, turned himself in. There was tons of evidence that this was like a defensive thing, but he definitely deserved prison. Without a doubt, he had a problem, a lot of problems, and he needed to be taken away from society. Nevertheless, it was a judge that was up for re-election, and a white man had killed a black woman in Memphis, Tennessee.
Mm-hmm.
So I watched the judicial system at play when politics are involved.
Mm-hmm.
And I watched them lie a lot. It was inadmissible that she was schizophrenic. It was inadmissible that the toxicology report showed she wasn't on her medication. It was inadmissible in court, and he wasn't allowed to bring a witness of another ex-boyfriend that she had stabbed.
Mm.
They told a story of him as a heinous murderer that, you know, got his rocks off and got sexually excited by harming women, and especially black women, because he was a racist. And the jury was predominantly black. And then he got life in prison with no possibility of parole. And he's still in prison now. He's dying of HIV and AIDS. And now he is in a white supremacist gang because he's in a prison after killing a black woman. But he was dated those. So I saw that happen. The next thing that happened shortly after as a teenager was my great grand aunt, right? She was taken care of by my great grandmother. She was mentally challenged. And when my great grandmother died, you know, we had to put her in a facility. We couldn't keep her at home. Well, she died in that nursing home facility from bed sores and malnutrition. She basically starved and rotted to death because they didn't move her around in bed, and they often gave her food without feeding her, even though she needed to be hand fed. So they would let her sit starving in a room, screaming, with the food near her, but no real capability of feeding herself.
Mm.
Long story short, we went through one lawyer. We found out that lawyer was bought off. We got a second lawyer. We eventually got our day in court. They didn't show up to court. So we got an automatic judgment, and then we got a 10-year gag order with that judgment. We were offered tons of settlements, but we didn't want settlements. We wanted our day in court. We wanted to make these monsters pay. They didn't show up. And the reason they didn't show up is the company didn't exist any longer. We were suing a company that had already filed bankruptcy and then sold everything at private auction to similar people from a similar business, and had already reopened under a new name. And we got a gag order, and we were awarded like $16 million, but we never saw a penny of it. So those two things happened to me as I'm an older teenager. And then I turned 18 in 2008. So the Iraq War, 9/11 happens as a kid, and then the financial collapse happens right as I'm an adult entering the job market. And the banks got away with everything, and the government protected the banks and bailed out everyone with our tax money while inflation goes crazy. And all of the fraud that the Security and Exchange Commission was involved in, and you know, Bear Stearns and Lehman Brothers and all these people got away with everything. So I think understanding those three things, it's kind of obvious why I became a communist.
Yes. Yeah.
As a teenager.
And I've read these stories, about a lot of alienated youth. And, you know, I'm not trying to kiss your ass or be sycophantic, but I am a human being. I'm not going to go into details. I can give you my phone number and DM you privately, and we can talk about my personal background.
Mm-hmm.
But I will say I can empathize with you in probably more ways than people realize. But I have good relations with my families, and I've come to peace.
Oh, I'm good. I'm good. I'm
golden. But I'm going to tell you this. Let me, because I have a daughter too. I know you have children. You seem to be very close, and you do things with them like crafts and activities. I respect that. I have a 20-year-old daughter. She goes to Savannah College of Art and Design.
Don't tell people where she goes.
Oh, okay, yeah,
don't put that on the internet.
Oh, yeah. Well, whichever. Well, what's done is done. But anyway, so
yeah, just pro tip in the future. Metadata is important, man. No details.
That's true. Yeah, they already know her anyways. I mean, she's already moving up. So anyway, so the bottom line is that, look, I know how it is, but I respect the fact that you could publicly talk about this and turn your life around. I'm not trying to kiss your ass. I don't know how the conversation will go, but you have my respect that you
Yeah.
seem to be a good dad.
So,
I'm not
too
trying
long
to.
didn't read.
I'm being honest with you.
No, it's fine. I just I get embarrassed by compliments or things of that nature. Typical male behavior. But yeah, I'm just a very extroverted, open person. That's why I'm a streamer, right? I couldn't do this job just live, especially if I wasn't able to just be open and vulnerable and like not let that like be a problem or weigh on me. Like, oh, maybe I shouldn't have said that, right? I'm an open book, and I'm also an open book so that when people try and bring the skeletons out of the closet, guess what? They're already out. No one's going to dig up anything on me. I've already said all the worst shit I've ever done and things I've ever thought. But yeah, so the rest of my story is a pretty easy one, right? I got older. I traveled the East Coast with gypsies, their word, not mine, doing concrete work. I went into the army. There was another radicalizing factor there, but that's a story for another time. I don't want to get too in depth, right? And like slowly but surely, I became more conservative as I got older, and I became more aware of the bullshit and the lies of socialism. I started doing my own research. It stopped making sense. It stopped matching with reality. And slowly but surely I became like a left-wing Rothbardian kind of libertarian, not a left Rothbardian, more just like a minarchist, a gods, guns, gays, ganja kind of like, libertarian. And then slowly but surely I eventually, like, from that point on, it was theory that drove me further and further ANCAP until I eventually became an ANCAP and more and more started absorbing objectivist philosophy, and going down that road. So like the latter half of that story is much less interesting, but yeah, it was, I think it was, there's a bit of a superpower that you have as a libertarian or a conservative, when you used to be a genuine communist, right? When I say I was a communist, I don't mean like, oh, I was a socialist. I mean, I was a Marxist-Leninist Maoist because I genuinely believe that Mao had it correct, that right-wing reactionaries couldn't be programmed in vocational training. They needed to be killed and gotten rid of so that we could like usher in, the Marxist utopia, and that Stalin's biggest failure was that he didn't kill enough people. Like I was there, right? I was an enraged 18-year-old and 19-year-old from an abusive home with who's watched government fuck me over, has watched corporations ruin and destroy my family's life and get away scot-free. And then watch those same corporations and bankers laugh at me as they pushed woke culture shit to get rid of the quote unquote true left that is about class warfare, and instead turn it into race and turn it into sex and turn it into gender and all these other things so that the bankers could run away with all of our money and laugh at us. And it wasn't until much later that I realized everything that I believed was true. All of that is true. But the class analysis of Marxism is irrevocably, irredeemably wrong, but discussing the right things. All of that, there is classism. There is a class warfare. There is a corporate America that is using everything they can to destroy the lives of the poor and the middle class. But the way that they do it is through corporatism and socialism and trading favors and, the Cantillon effect and, and all of these things that are supposedly the good things are the very things that promote this power and give those corporations power. Every communist is a useful idiot, not just the useful idiots, because they don't realize that everything that they're pushing for is the very thing that they're presumably against. So yeah.
No, and that's all interesting. I have a feeling we're going to have some long conversations here. I know you're apt to that, prone to that, just like I am. And the thing of it is with me, I started out as a conventional conservative. I mean, I had some family challenges and whatnot. I won't go into it. And I'm generally an open book too, personally as well. With that, on most things. But I started as an average conservative, proudly voted for George H.W. Bush in 1992, Bob Dole 1996. Then in the mid-1990s, I joined the John Birch Society because I'm a political historical nerd. Right. I'm the type of guy who likes to sit in the library or in the computer, amongst many other hobbies, and just read as much shit as I could get. And it's still never enough. So
I'm an audiobook guy. Drive around and listen,
it makes it easier, you know? So, with that stated, and I was curious about them because the left and liberal groups like the ADL and others called them this fascist or organization that's prone to racialism and anti-Semitism and all the rest of it. And I'm Jewish, by the way. So I looked at it, and I looked at their magazines, The New American and its predecessor.
Oh, of course, guys. We got to leave. The Jews got me.
Yeah, what do they call anti-Semitism? The socialism of the fools. I'm sure you're familiar with that phrase. But I think it was
I'm an
August
NCAP, and it's like people come at me with the Jew stuff all the time, and I'm like, I don't know what to tell you, man. Rothbard was a Jew. Stephen Kinsella and Hopper, like the only two non-Jews in our entire movement. Like Dave Smith is a Jew. Ayn Rand was a Jew. It's like, I don't know. It's like
Mises was a Jew.
Mises was a Jew. It's like literally my entire movement is done by Jews, but like at the same time, like I'm in opposition to all of these presumed things that are the evil Jew plan.
Well, and that's the thing. I don't mean to digress, but one of the two areas I love to study is Cold War history, the threat of communism, and also Axis power, subversion, and the anti-capitalism. I wrote a book called The Nazi War Against Capitalism, as well as Collectivism and Collaboration. And, you know, what they do in their rhetoric is they'll lump in, they would call them liberals, and even in Austria-Hungary, like George von Schirner, for example, who was one of Hitler's intellectual antecedents and heroes, and he viewed liberalism as you believe in somewhat of a more truncated way, what I believe as Jewish plutocratic liberalism or Jewish capitalist liberalism, and it's two arms of the Jewish conspiracy. You have capitalist plutocracy and then Bolshevism and whatnot. It's something I'm really into reading anyways. I get
I'm a big fan of The Vampire Economy by Gunter Reimann. It's a great book. And I think the power of that book is that it's written by a communist, genuinely, or an ex-communist, right? And so it's like his understanding of the economic situation in, you know, the rise to World War II, and basically being able to say there's no difference between Stalinism and Nazism. It's a difference without a distinction, economically speaking, I think it just hits harder coming from, because like, I think so many people walk in when you try and explain that Nazi Germany was socialist. They walk in like, okay, cool. Some big capitalist guy is like, you know, making this argument. I'm like, okay, we'll read it from a communist. And like, I think people are far more open to Gunter Reimann's work on that than a lot of the other works that make the same claim, just because of where he's standing and the way that he writes.
I'm glad you mentioned Reimann too. Reimann has written some other books that are available on archive.org. Like one I really recommend is Patents for Hitler, which, you know, talks about how a number of multinational corporations, this is one of the things I learned in the Birch Society that was positive, was I did not realize how many multinational corporations and banks, which overpowered free governments, particularly in the United States and Britain, and literally provided through subsidiaries as well as openly high technology goods and tech, chemicals, even weapons, auto tech and everything to National Socialist Germany. And when the communists will say hypocritically, they'll be like, well, you know, they were backed by elements of the capitalists and whatnot. Well, I'd be like, look, as Richard Pipes and others and Mikhail Ugorsky have talked about, there were big Russian capitalists that also, like Sava Morozov and other, that funded Bolshevism. And that always fascinated me why, and that started me on my path to question relative laissez-faire relations with private sector power. Now, people will ask, well, why didn't you become anti-capitalist, full stop? My issue when I look at, let's say, Marxism, for example, a big eye-opener was, you've heard the argument, well, Marx was just Lenin was a perversion of Marx, Stalin was a perversion of Marx, and Mao was a perversion of Marx. I'm interested in what did Marx advocate programmatically? Strip away all the abstract writings. And when you look in the manifesto, as I know you have, at least in the version I read in Professor Livingston's political science class that I took in freshman year, Poli-Sci 101,
Mhm.
and it said what Marx
Back when you
wanted.
used to read books in college.
Yeah, back before the internet was really a
Now
thing.
you just read excerpts and you make sure you write in your paper whatever the professor's opinion is and you get an A. But back in the day, you used to have to actually read books in order to go to college.
Exactly. So I read Marx had an actual program of the Communist League in Germany. It's written out, and he calls for despotic roads against private property. Hence the word despotic. That immediately makes me think of Leninism when you look at the confiscation of all the means of production, creation of labor armies, and all the rest of it. I mean, I can pull it up and read it chapter and verse for the sake of everybody in the audience. I tend to do that on my program. I tend to bring up stuff and literally read from it. But, that's where I could never fully move in that direction. You probably have a taste of my work. I'm very critical of Reaganomics and hyper-financialized forms of capitalism, but I could never go towards, obviously, National Socialism, fascism, communism, anything like that, because you see the human cost. And there's also an efficiency argument too as well. When you look at what von Mises said, for example, in the Anti-Capitalist Mentality, which I wrote, I quoted him in my support of capitalism in general: profit is the prize. You create a new product or service, and the other products that are old or crappy or not as good anymore go away. That's confirmed by reality in the world around us. I mean, there's really no honest person, in my opinion, can really deny that. I don't even understand why we have to continue to talk about this.
Yeah,
to be honest.
Obviously we're going to be somewhat, I guess you could say, diametrically opposed. But I am for 100% deregulation, right? I think every regulation has unintended consequences. I think they're all bad. How you deregulate, I think, is something many ANCAPs fail to understand, is the importance of how you deregulate, right? So for example, I think, like when we look at Washington State, I saw so many ANCAPs and libertarians were celebrating that they had decriminalized all of the drugs in Washington State. They're like, this is a win for liberty. And I was the only person who was like, this is not going to end well. This is going to be so bad. And everyone was like, oh, you're a Debbie Downer. Like, oh, this is so stupid. Like, how could you call yourself a libertarian when you're saying that this is bad, that they're decriminalizing, et cetera? And I try to explain then, and now it's far more obvious, Oregon, my bad. Is when you, I think they did it in Seattle as well. But when you decriminalize drugs, well, you haven't gotten rid of the actual problem. The actual problem is the existence of public property. When you have public property is inherently conflict inducing. It is by its very nature unethical. The existence of public property is always evil. And the reason it's always evil is because an ethical system is supposedly supposed to reduce conflict. But public property induces conflict. It says you can have multiple owners of the same property, and then when you have disagreements on what to do with this property, well, then you'll just vote, and the losers will be a co-owner of a piece of property that they have to pay for and maintain, but that property will not be used in the way that they desire it to be used. And the existence of public property is so important when we talk about drug legalization, because what happens when you legalize drugs and you have public property? Well, you have public roads, you have public parks, and they're full of druggies. And then you have families that want to take their kids to the park and there's fucking heroin needles on the ground. And you have families that walk into their apartment complex and there's fucking people doing the fentanyl lean outside their apartment complex. And it's like, this is a serious fucking problem. When you have private property, the private property owner says, no druggies in my park or I remove you. And if you refuse to leave, I'm going to remove you violently and physically, right? But when you have public property, you have all of these contradictions. Furthermore, not making it federally legal, but instead making it only legal in a small area means that companies can't come in. Well, if companies can't come in, you still have a black market of drug sale. You still have all of the problems that come with the black market, right? But instead now, the users are now just incentivized to be able to use as much as they want and get away with it because there's no enforcement mechanism to stop them from using. And so now you have a system that inherently incentivizes drug usage and allows drug users to be everywhere and allows drug users to be up on people where they can't do anything. It's the exact opposite of what any capitalist or libertarian should actually want. And so I radically disagree with the concept that capitalism needs restraints. I think capitalism regulates itself based off of people's values and choices, and the state cannot defeat the economic calculation problem, and the state will always cause problems, or at the very least do so with a level of inefficiency at best that, you know, steals from progress and human progress and wealth and prosperity, and is conflict inducing. But I will kind of extend the olive branch that this concept of like, just because it's a freeing of those regulations, it's a good thing, is a really dumb thing. And that there are a lot of regulations and there are a lot of things, you know, I view the state as kind of like a game of Jenga. And if you pull out the wrong piece, the whole thing topples down. You have to, you know, it's like when I have arguments about borders with libertarians that are very open borders. And it's like, yeah, I want open borders, but like, we can't fucking have open borders while we have citizenship and while we have welfare systems that are incentivizing people to cross borders based off of tax policies. We can't have open borders while we have civil rights acts that make it illegal for me not to hire somebody based off of where they're from or who they are. And then it's illegal for me not to rent my apartment complex out to these people, or it's illegal, you know, like it's illegal for me to have a neighborhood that says, you know, no Irishmen need apply situation. We have to get rid of those things first. We have to get rid of the welfare state and get rid of those, you know, civil rights acts that have destroyed the right of freedom of association and things like that, long before we can just let people freely cross borders whenever they want. Because as of right now, what we're doing is importing millions of voters with your tax dollars to fuck you over. And then libertarians are like, but it's a good thing to to open the borders more. And it's like, no, it's fucking not, you retard. Like, again, I always go to this Jenga example.
You know, and I understand in a sense, you're maybe like Ayn Rand, you're so turned off by communism, you saw the bullshit, and then you went more into a very classically liberal libertarian or ANCAP way. You know, there are a couple of things that come to mind. Actually, I had a follow-up question based on that with the open borders. Now, I have not read, I'm familiar, of course, with his general viewpoints of Hans Hermann Hoppe. Mm-hmm. One question I had in mind is, and I know he was not an open borders person, correct me if I'm wrong. What is your take on the nation, on the idea of a nation state in general? Because Hoppe, as you know, believed in, I think he termed it the covenant communities, correct me if I'm wrong, which are more mini state or mini communities. Well, what do you believe in general? And then I want to answer your points from previously, so remind me, please.
Yeah, so Hoppe is an anarchist, right? I'm fairly Hoppian in most of my beliefs, because I'm fairly conservative. The covenant community is not a state, and the distinction between the state and the concept of a covenant community is two things, right? A state cannot have obtained its property illegitimately, right? So when a state, you know, like for America, for example, right? Northern Georgia belongs to the Cherokee. There's plenty of argument about what tribes were really just warring tribes and they don't have a right to claim property. But the Cherokee Nation in northern Georgia settled, homesteaded land, built permanent residence, petitioned the Supreme Court, was denied, and then used the post office to petition the Supreme Court. And then Andrew Jackson made him walk the Trail of Tears anyways because he wanted fertile land, right? That is, without a doubt, a gross private property rights violation, and everyone living in northern Georgia is legitimately living on stolen land. But, you know, I don't think that's true of most of the Native Americans. I think most of them were violent savages. And I'll say that because it's just true. I don't care if you think it's racist to say it. Most of them simply were. Just read up on King Philip's War and actually read the history, and you'll be like, oh, shit, the first Thanksgiving is not what I was taught about in school. It was a treaty for us to go wipe out enemy tribes, and then they betrayed us, but yeah, so that's the first distinction. The second distinction is its voluntary nature. The United States is not a voluntary nation, right? We have a constitution. I never signed it. I never signed that contract. I was born in this land of my ancestors and my forefathers, and I'm forced under democratic rule and tyranny of the majority against my will. Now, sure, I could go leave and go to Somalia or something, but why the fuck do I have to leave my land and my home and where I'm from, right? And why do I have to be under the yoke of oppression of a nation state that says that so long as 51% of the country agrees to fuck me a certain way, that I get to be raped in that way? A covenant community is a voluntary community. So a good example of a covenant community would be the Amish, the Beachy Amish, right? You're born there, and even if you're born there, they make you leave. They do Rumspringa. They say, leave, go experience the world. Only come back if you want to live this lifestyle. Everyone there lives that lifestyle voluntarily. So it doesn't matter that there's a council of elders that has some dictates on human behavior. You voluntarily said that this is the life that you wanted to live. And so the voluntary nature of it, and the fact that nation states more often than not have stolen their land violently and owe restitution, are the two big distinctions between that. I am not a statist. I am an anarchist. Covenant communities are fine for me. And as far as immigration goes, yeah, I'm Hoppian on that as well. Hoppe hasn't done a lot of writings on immigration, but he has given plenty of speeches, and you can find transcripts of those speeches. But I agree, along with Hoppe, that the correct solution to immigration is to transition first to an invitee system, which means we get rid of the lottery, we get rid of asylum seeking, we get rid of all of the current ways that we accept immigration. And the way that we should accept immigrants is someone invites you here. Family member, company that needs workers, doesn't matter who they are, they invite you. And when they invite you, they sign a contract with the U.S. government or, with its citizens, whatever, that says in the event that crimes are committed or anything like that, I'm willing to pay for those crimes, pay restitution to those property owners, pay for their deportation, etc. And so you take on financial risk by inviting someone, and it ensures that the person was invited, as opposed to, and if you want asylum seekers, that's fine. Some NGO that doesn't get government money can invite people and can financially sign up to support them. And then they don't get any fucking welfare. And they, how we handle whether or not they need to pay some level of money to support the roads and the schools is, something I'll leave for the policymakers. This isn't the ANCAP position. This is not the libertarian position. This is the position of strategic necessity, because just going full-blown open borders with all of these other systems, it's that Jenga puzzle again, is just supporting forced integration and the destruction of the United States so that corporations and people can come in with the acts of authority and use the crisis to then subjugate us even further.
So where I come from is, it's kind of an argument within the same family. We both believe in degrees of capitalism, but obviously in your position, of course, von Mises stated famously that you can't have a middle ground between capitalism and socialism, as he wrote in the 1920s. It's a logical it's a logical impossibility. Again, I can't quote. So for those in the audience who don't know where this is coming from intellectually, that's one of the intellectual antecedents. But
my audience is almost predominantly autistic libertarians. So
okay, yeah, mine might not.
If you're bringing up Mises, like most of them have read Man, Economy, and State. Most of them have read Human Action. Like they're weird like that. I get a few people that pop in for debates that want to see more of the blood sports and stuff, but like most of my audience that's here on the off days where I'm not doing a debate are fun.
Yeah, and that's what attracted me, because you're a historical nerd and you actually have good conversations. We're probably not going to agree on a bunch of different things, but it's fine. A little background.
1v1, we can have a discussion. I'm pretty chill about it. I tell people all the time, if I get famous, you're not going to see me doing a lot of debates anymore. I do debates because it's easy content. It overlaps with a bunch of other people's audiences. It's entertainment that brings people in. It is, I would never say support evil, right? But for lack of a better term, it's a necessary evil in this business. But I much prefer interviews and things like that. It's just hard to get them without a company representing me that reaches out to their manager. And, there's a lot of cold calls that get left on red or go nowhere because most of the political pundits and politicians and, people doing interesting things, they have a representative, and companies have representatives that reach out to them. It's very difficult to get those things when you're small.
Yeah. So, getting back to it, I'm a nationalist.
Sorry.
That's right. No, you're good. You're good. I always been a patriot, as you probably have deduced already. But when I started to look, the issue that first started me on the road to become, you want to term it very loosely statist, is the trade issue, and how major corporations would seek to deregulate, decontrol export controls agencies, international agencies like COCOM, for example, so they could export technologies to boost the war industries of the enemies of capitalism and free societies, the old selling the rope to hang capitalism. And that always fascinated me. It always disturbed me. And when you look at the details, like I have a geopolitical analyst, J.R. Nyquist, and he's kind of a free market guy with certain limitations with national security. And he was privy.
So not free market.
Yeah.
It's not really a free market if it has regulations and controls. It's a mixed market economy. Yeah,
okay. If you want to get
not to be a dick, but I will gatekeep the term free market. It's one of my pet peeves when people are like, I'm a free market capitalist, but I believe we should have some regulations. It's like, those two things contradict each other. Like, you're not a laissez-faire free market capitalist.
No, I'm not a laissez-faire.
Government regulations.
No, definitely not. I'm definitely not. But, and I will never even say that.
Not even trying to shit on you. It's like a thing I have to point out, or my audience will get mad.
No. I don't take it personally. I mean, I know what I am, and everything else. But anyway, so Nyquist was in, and he talks about it publicly. He was in with the lead political counselor of the Richard Mellon-Scaife, who was very big top donor to conservative and Republican causes. And Nyquist was trying to get traction for his book, The Origins of the Fourth World War. And he worked for WorldNet Daily and Newsmax and various other publications. This is in the late 1990s. And this political counselor told him that, look, I know what you're right. Russia's still authoritarian. China's still authoritarian. I'm fishing buddies with the former head of the Czechoslovak disinformation department, Ladislav Bittman, who was a defected in 1968. And he's like, yeah, we all know that the collapse of the Soviet Union was, they said was fake, and the Communist Party, Soviet Union went underground and all the rest of it, that the CCP is building up their military and their totalitarian state. But we can't get traction with the business community. They want even more decontrolled trade with these governments because they want to make heavy profits and they know what's going on. We're just going to get missile defense and we'll get the trade and everything is okay. So that, along with a number of other details, really said there has to be some force that says, like a father to, let's say, a child, and I'm not trying to sound rude when I say this, say, no, you can't do that. This is going to kill the country. Whether we like it or not, there are geopolitical adversaries that want to attack and collapse the United States, internal and external, sometimes backed by external actors. And that kind of started me along the road to these controls. Now, when you look at deregulation, look, there are some very good books that make excellent cases for deregulation that's certainly targeted, like The Death of Common Sense by Philip K. Howard, for example. I'm sure you and the audience are familiar with it. There are issues with permitting stalling and bureaucracy that hampers industrial policy. For example, I'm from the greater New York City area, And there's a lot of granular details, but a lot of businesses have trouble dredging the waterways because of the toxic sediment is so toxic that they have to go through multiple environmental review boards to get it disposed. Of course, you want to expedite that and dispose it in a safe way. And you have businesses like the real estate lobby in New York that captures government and the city planning department and weaponize it to push it out of New York City, as documented by Joseph Fitch in the assassination of New York. So I will concede to you some of those points. I'm not totally closed-minded to forms of deregulation. But there are other forms of deregulation aside from the trade that's problematic, like the repeal of Glass-Steagall. I'm sure you have tons of opinions, but you had Alan Greenspan and Chris Cox, who was the former head of the SEC, that said, you know what, we fucked up. Maybe we shouldn't have watered it down since the early 1980s. And then I wanted to understand sociologically and psychologically, well, what makes these actors tick? Why are they for the loosening of certain standards and certain laws, even though it might harm the system overall? So one article that was a tell-all article by the former hedge fund trader, and this was written, he wrote it in the New York Times. I think his name is Sam Polk. And he described his colleagues, who were the heads of these hedge funds, as gigantic fireballs of greed. And there's a power differential between, let's say, people like us and those folks within the financial community and the industrialist elites, where because of loosened campaign finance regulations, loosened lobbying laws, that they can push their agenda a lot faster than, let's say, other elements in society. So when I started to look at that historical evidence, I'm like, I know you're grinning and you're like,
no, I'm laughing because people are like, Discord pings going crazy. It's crazy that you haven't turned off your Discord notifications, because I hear every time you get a Discord notification. I wasn't going to say anything, but you're like, why am I laughing?
I'm sorry.
I can just hear it like boop, 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 boop. Every time you talk, it's like your Discord pings. It's fine. That's why I was smiling, though. No, I'm taking notes so I can go through these things. I'm listening.
No, I appreciate that. So yeah, that's where I'm coming from. And, you know, I get some people from the left that said, oh, and I've interviewed some leftist streamers, but I really can't break bread with any authoritarian socialists, like even DSA. I consider DSA authoritarian and whatnot. But
I would consider you an authoritarian socialist. But
you probably would. And I totally know this.
So if I didn't talk to authoritarian socialists, I wouldn't have a channel. By my definition, I'd never be able to talk to anybody.
I mean, I talk to people, but it's like on long-term political projects. Like I could probably on certain things, I can, like if I were in power, let's say as a senator, I could work on a limited basis, and I wrote it in my paper that you'll read, libertarians and Republicans on certain policy areas of common interest.
Mm-hmm.
But really and truly, the actual fascists and National Socialists and communists, yeah, I've talked to a few of them. Some of them are on some closed groups that I lurk at. They're like really happy with this assassination. I have my long-term goals are to prevent these type of people from gaining traction. If you want to know one of my goals, I am very scared of these people, and I might sound like an alarmist. So that's where my politics is coming
Talking to an
from.
ANCAP, being scared of communist control of the state is not something we're going to disagree on. So I want to go over some of these things, right?
Go ahead.
I don't want to turn this into a debate, but I do want to like counter with my beliefs to a certain degree.
Please do.
So probably the most compelling argument that you have, which is kind of where you started, is the concept of deregulation of free trade with other authoritarian, anti-capitalist, violent nations. I kind of get where you're coming from on that, right? Like I kind of get like there is like a problem with, like, you know, BlackRock giving a loan to a, a developing nation that's anti-capitalist. My issue with that is this to me is kind of it's not an issue of capitalism. It's an issue of socialism. And the reason it's an issue of socialism is, one, who are they selling to? Socialists. Two, who's facilitating these sales? Because it's never just BlackRock really wants to invest in the Congo. It's In-Q-Tel and the CIA and several other non-governmental organizations that are governmental organizations have decided on a whole, quote unquote, whole society approach, right? Almost always these trades are not the fault of corporations trying to make a dollar. Rather, they are the fault of corporations that are working in tandem with the United States government to fund these very institutions. And I think that if the government, if the CIA was gone, just gone, CIA, fuck the entire organization. I think if the, Secretary of the Department of War or the Department of, Defense, and many of these places were predominantly and primarily and almost exclusively focused on what is happening within the state, you would not see very many corporations trying to sell weapons or technology to developing nations or anti-capitalist nations in any real way. What I think is far more likely is you have things like Black and Vetch. You have all of these corporations that are working with other corporations as defense contractors to build level 4 labs on the border of Russia, with the United States government's backing and protection. So I think investing in anti-capitalist nations is a bad investment. Absolutely. But it's a good investment when the CIA and the State Department and other governmental influences are encouraging you and giving you some form of protection. It's a great investment. To selling weapons to Turkey is a bad idea as a business. But if the Pentagon wants you to sell weapons to Turkey so that their allies can then have weapons sold in Turkey that then end up in al-Nusra's hands, well, then all of a sudden, it becomes a good idea. So I do agree with you that it's a terrible, terrible idea for these businesses to sell to warlords. I don't know if it's appropriate. I'd be 50-50 on this, whether or not it's appropriate for the United States government to step in to stop the sales from companies to people that we don't like. I agree that they shouldn't be sold to a lot of places, but I also disagree with the state having that power, because I don't like the idea. Because let's look at our own history, right? We were supposed to give $200 million from the Treasury Department to the Chinese nationalists in their fight against Mao in China, and KGB Russian asset Dexter White funneled that money over to the Chinese communists. And so it's like, I don't know that I'm super comfortable with a government that I know is corrupt because it's full of people and people are corrupt and has a monopoly on power. I agree we shouldn't be facilitating in any way, shape, or form giving taxpayer money, especially, but even private equity investing in Chi-Coms, right? That's a bad idea. I agree. That's the motherload of bad ideas. Whether or not the government should step in, it's like, yeah, I like it if the government steps in. I just don't like it when a Democrat gets power and we've given them the power to stop businesses from selling weapons to people. Because what happens when the government that we elect has some socialist or lefty that stops a business from funding private military contractors that are fighting against communism? Well, if you give the government that power, then you have to recognize that you have the reverse end of that, which is, that our government now has the power to stop us from aiding the fight against anti-capitalism. But it is still, I will give you your credit that is a complex issue, and I don't know that I have a perfect libertarian answer to that. In terms of Glass-Steagall, that's an easy one. Repealing Glass-Steagall was always a good idea. It was absolutely a good idea. The problem was bailing out banks when they fucked up. That was the problem, not the repeal of the regulations. They acted improperly and they acted with an insane amount of risk because they knew at the end of the day that if they fucked up too bad, the government would step in. They knew it. They knew they had a high-minded idea that it would never happen. Oh my God, housing is such a wonderfully, beautiful thing. It'll always work. But they knew that if they fucked up bad enough, that just like the airline industry, whenever it fucks up, the government will step in. And so they can engage in high risk, high reward behavior because it isn't high risk, because the state will step in and fix it for them. So I think the repeal of Glass-Steagall was a wonderfully good thing. I think the consequences of it were certainly disastrous. But again, it's that Jenga kind of puzzle. It's not the repeal of Glass-Steagall that did this. It was the guarantee. It's FDIC, number one. We should repeal FDIC. There's absolutely no reason that banks should be federally insured and that their assets are federally insured against risk. No, banks should have to make sound money investments. And if they fuck up, that should be part of they should be able to get sued into the dirt until their company no longer exists. We shouldn't federally insure them. And investors should have the same situation. And last but not least, we talked about this fireball of greed of these companies. And I just wanted to cheekily point out that
not all companies.
Greed is not yeah, I just want to cheekily point out greed is good. Greed is always good. Greed is the highest moral value that a human being can have. There is no higher moral value than greed as far as I'm concerned, other than life, right? And greed is an extension of the value of life. We should celebrate greed at every opportunity. What we shouldn't celebrate is when people use abuse of power and government regulation and things to go against other people's values and violate aggression so that they can gain money. Because there's basically two ways a company can gain money. Regulatory capture is one, and that is socialism, and it's always the fault of socialism. And the second way that they can get money is by providing a superior product or service that is either superior in quality or superior in speed or superior in price to people by proving their value in a competitive market, which is always good for the progress of humanity.
Yeah, so there's a lot to unpack here now, and
your points, yeah.
No, there's a lot to unpack, and I don't mind this kind of debate, if you will. It's civil, it's low key. I have no problem with this. So let me make that clear.
Yeah.
It's like when
turn it into a debate, but also I have a duty to my channel and to my audience and to my morals to be like, okay, well, I disagree with these things a little.
Yeah, and that's fine. This is a debate. This is healthy debate. And I don't want to sound selfish. It's good for my mind. It's good to get outside my comfort zone.
Selfishness is good.
I'm going to throw that shit out there.
Selfishness is moral.
Well, see, the problem with a lot of these discussions is I also have to put caveats. When I say greed, it's like the anti-usury laws. And for example, when it all depends. Number one, my views on government depends on intention.
Usury, by the way.
Well, and what is usury? Now, I call for, and I'm not going to get in the weeds, what used to exist on a state level in the country, anti-usury laws and capping it. Now, there are other people like, I know you've talked to Andrew Wilson, for example, and he's a bright guy.
Been a while, yeah.
And but when you have somebody who's literally authoritarian saying, well, I am against greed, like David Duke, for example, wrote in his book, My Awakening. When you have somebody like Andrew Wilson, I don't know him well, so I really can't judge him's character, but he comes across with what we would consider authoritarian vibes and said, I get rid of usury, my antennas go off. So it all depends on what is the intentions of the ruling group. What do they actually want to achieve? Do they want to reform it? Do they want to smash it? I happen to be for interest on loans. How the hell are banks going to make a profit, for example? And or it's like the landlord's issue. I'm not against people paying rent and guillotining the landlords too as well. I'm trying to meet you halfway so you know where I'm coming
with the usury thing, right? It's like usury is bad, right? I'm cheekily saying usury is good, right? Usury is, as far as I am concerned, it is high time preference behavior. It's not a sound policy by the bank to charge inordinate amounts of interest, because it means they're taking on a lot of risk. I mean, it's high risk, high reward, but the more risk you take on, the more the more likely you are to fail, right? And I think usury is, again, a product of socialism. It's a product of protecting banks. You don't need usury laws. What you need is to get rid of the protections that banks have that guarantee that they make a profit even when they engage in high risk behavior. I think if you got rid of FDIC insurance, obviously, eventually I would be for getting rid of fiat currency and fractional reserve banking as a policy of the United States. I don't care about fractional reserve banking if currencies are allowed to compete, right? If people want to use a currency that is engaged in fractional reserve banking, and that's like part of the deal of the currency, maybe that currency is more stable for some reason, but by and large, I think it's a bad investment in something that's designed to inflate by its very banking process. And I think that increases interest rates because there's baked into the interest rate is inflation because you have fractional reserve banking. So, a bank has to charge 6-7% interest because they know they're going to get 2 to 4% interest on a good year, regardless, is going to be taken away from them in the form of inflation, right? So in order to make a profit, they've got to at least charge 5% or 4%. And so, yeah, I think usury, I don't literally mean I'm pro usury, right? I think usury is a bad investment, but it becomes a good investment when the government protects banks. And I think you don't need a new law to cause a problem that is caused by the government. What you do is you get rid of the law that's causing the fucking problem, which is the protection of banks by the state and the laws and regulations that make it so difficult for competing currencies, right? Bitcoin and these other forms of currencies are taxed to no end and are, and trying to convert gets taxed, right? So it becomes a very difficult currency to use because the government ensures its protection racket on the US dollar, because, our economy is based off the US petrodollar.
Yeah, so where I come from, as I was saying, number one, I look at who the government is controlled by, who it serves, who it's captured by. I look at governments as not necessarily independent entities all the time. I look at who's controlling them through, again, lobbying, which I'm for anti-lobbying in the sense that through former politicians, generals, CIA, whatever, when they leave their positions in office, not lobbying.
Yeah, I'm like 50-50 on that. It's like not a big...
But when it comes to average American citizens, let's say I get a law degree and I had a discussion with Wick on this, for example. Oh, no, not Wick. I Rich, actually, who I've talked to. It's like, it's constitutional right.
I call him a cuckalick. Because he's a cucked cool Catholic. It's like that form of Catholicism that always supports the left. It's like, all right, cuckalick. That's what I call him.
He's all right.
He's a nice guy. I like him as a person, but politically, obviously, I disagree heavily.
Right. But so as I was saying, that is constitutionally protected. If I wanted to get a law degree or you do, obviously it's two things: freedom of speech, and there's a freedom to redress of grievances with your government. So you have to keep that in mind. Now, with that stated, so with the loosening anti-lobbying laws, campaign finance, and there's quite a bit of evidence. I mean, you can read my papers. I know they're very long, or I could send you quotes and whatnot. They basically buffalo the government around where they cease to be a mediating force, that stern father saying, okay, no, you can't do it. My other concern is when you have bad investment decisions, you are right, factually, on one of the points that you made, which is there. Seidman, I think, was a historian who talked about this in one of his books on banking histories and talks about Glass-Steagall. And he talks about how bankers after the 1930s, 1940s, they grew very accustomed that they had these protections, and they think, okay, we could loosen Glass-Steagall progressively, which is what Walter Wriston and John Shad, the head of the SEC under Reagan, wanted to loosen that. And they figured, okay, everything's going to be great. And then they started to make these risky investments. And my problem in that harms the overall system. A lot of average people, including businesses and wealthy people, become hurt. So I look at him, Pope talks about, he's like, well, what about the overall good of the system? And they were like, well, this doesn't concern us. And, that's my
it
issue.
concerns me. But like, I look at it
Oh,
historically, like there was several stock market crashes in the early 1900s, right? There was 2 under Coolidge's presidency, and Coolidge just didn't do anything. The only thing he did economically really was, unfortunately, it's the only thing I think Coolidge ever did that was wrong, which is he signed in the permanency of the Federal Reserve, right? Because he was a kind of a do nothing president, and Congress was like, we want to continue doing what we're doing. So he was like, okay, well, we'll continue it. That was a big F, big failure by him. He should have fucking, if he was good, he would have gotten rid of the Federal Reserve. But setting that aside, right? There was a stock market crash in like 1912. There was a stock market crash in 1917. There was a stock market crash in 1919, right? There was stock market crashes from like that we were affected by Europe in like, like a scandal in England, I think, from like currencies. There was like, like there, over and over and over again. I think, we had like a tulip bulb from like the Dutch, thing. We had onion futures was a thing. And over and over and over again, when presidents' policy was let the market correct, let those businesses fail, we had a very quick recovery. We had a year of stock market crashes, and then within like 18 months, we had an economy that was right back on track. And over and over and over again, where the government decides socialism is the answer, we get an elongated, very slow recovery that takes years. And it is like I agree that like bankers investing in high risk investments while also doing mortgages and loans is a really bad idea, right? I agree that traditional banks that are dealing with loans and cash deposits also being investment banks is a very risky, very bad business decision. But I also agree that the thing is what it does. And when the government protects those banks, then all of a sudden it's not a bad business decision. And I don't think the repealing of again, I would just reiterate, repealing Glass-Steagall was not the problem. The problem was the socialist protections of the banks.
Yeah, I mean, I guess we're going to have to agree to disagree on
That's
that,
fair.
Mike. And that's, and basically where it is, I would rather would have one law in place.
Can I say something real quick? And it's to the
Yeah,
audience.
go ahead. Yeah.
I tried to get an amplifier from my mic today to fix some of these issues that you guys are talking about the volume and the gain. But I bought one, but it didn't have the AC adapter; it had a DC adapter. So I have to return it and get the right adapter. So I'll cut him down a little bit, but my stream is a little quiet because if I cut my gain up anymore, it'll get really crunchy, like a headset microphone, and get really bad. But I will balance the audio a little bit for you guys.
And on my end, I apologize about the Discord. I don't know how to shut it off. I'm kind of a boomer with technology, so I'll have to figure that out. My apology to both of our audiences. I appreciate
It's
your
fine.
patience.
It's fine. I think people were just laughing about it. And I apologize for interrupting. I just wanted to, audio issues are a big thing when you're streaming that you like kind of have to address or people leave.
No, that's cool. That's cool. That's no problem. So yeah, we have to agree to disagree. I rather would have certain laws in place to protect people from these boom and bust cycles. I'm familiar with the history that you're talking about, and there were multiple booms and busts. And there's also an issue of a national security issue on top of that with the boom and bust. And you see, oh, those rich fuckers, and and I'm poor and everything, and people are, then all of a sudden they want to go fascism and communism and blah blah blah. That's dangerous for me. So I also have that in mind too as well. And there were periods during boom and bust where You had, for example, in the 1930s, you had Father Coughlin, you had Gerald L.K. Smith, you had the Communist Party USA. They were gaining numbers, they were gaining adherents. Governor Huey Long and the Sherwood Wealth Society and everything. And Roosevelt, I have very pro FDR views and very anti FDR views, depending on the issue. You're like, that son of a, that Nevin. He didn't do the New Deal out of the goodness of his heart either. I mean, let's keep it real. He wanted to safeguard the system. His own letters had even talked about that. When you look at in the 1980s with the S&L crises, the deindustrialization that started and hyper-financialization, and you had a lot of communities, you had a kind of a libertarian adjacent guy actually was one of the people that introduced me to the bad effects of Reaganomics, but he was a literal free market guy. His name, and I could say that he was pretty much a purist. Don McIlvaney, I don't know if you know who he is. Yeah. So, and during that period in the 1980s, you had the rise of Lyndon LaRouche, who I'm sure you're familiar with who he was. Lyndon LaRouche. Now, he was an ex-Trotskyite communist.
Yeah.
And he was a bald guy, brilliant guy, but very totalitarian. He was known for his conspiracy theories, and he leveraged the American School of Economics to support a fascist agenda after he converted from Marxism-Leninism. And he gained a lot of traction in the 1980s. So not only from, my view of, quote, doing the right thing, which is rooted partially in altruism, because I think if you take altruism too far, that can be deeply problematic. There's also a national security element. Now, I'm glad you brought up about Harry Dexter White. Very few people, I think, our age even know about the chicanery. There were communists in government. They didn't particularly like Roosevelt. They viewed him, according to Dr. William Wirt, as our Kerensky, which is not a compliment. But they infiltrated his administration very heavily, multiple spy rings, and also helping to shape policy. A fun fact, there was, I think, one of the pro-Mao Zedong hands, this is in a New York Times article, admitted decades later that, yes, we knew how bad Mao was and everything, but we transmitted disinformation.
I want to say that came out shortly after the Verona papers came out, right? So
Yeah.
the Verona papers got declassified, and then like there was a bit of a I want to say like late 1990s like reckoning with like, oh shit. You good?
Yeah, I'm still here. Yeah, can you see me?
Yeah, no, you're just doing that boomer thing where you like lean in to look a little closer at the screen. I was like,
Yeah, you know what? Because I want to find that quote. I want to find that quote if I can. I think it was Robert Service, or John Service. His last name was Service.
He's doing that boomer thing with like the finger on the phone, like,
I know,
with
with
figure
my
out this FaceTime.
With my glasses on the nose here.
Yeah, so while you're looking for that quote, fair enough. Again, just a little bit of pushback. I do to a certain degree, kind of, as an Austrian, I'm not an economist or anything, but in terms of where my economic knowledge, values, and beliefs come from, would be Austrian. I would say that it's a mischaracterization to say that the boom and bust of the early 20th century is something kind of like avoided or moved, into FDR's kind of presidency, and that I would say the exact opposite is true. That the movement of fractional reserve banking is what causes the Austrian business cycle and the misallocation of those resources. And that is what causes the boom and bust, that it is the socialism and that is actually the cause of that boom and bust. Now, in the early 20th century, we did have some periods of stock market crashes and then recover and crash and recover. And you go, okay, well, what's the history of that? And my argument would be that during the time of the burgeoning of investment capital into a largely agrarian economy, what you see is a kind of like a less experienced investment capital investing in purchasing of futures on farmland and things of that nature. And then you have farmers who are simultaneously depositing money throughout the year and then pulling out large sums of money throughout the country when it's harvesting season so they can hire additional labor, or when it's sowing season to purchase a large amount of crops with money that they've had. And so what you have is you have inexperienced investment capital combined with an largely agrarian economy that is putting money in throughout the year, and then having periods where everybody in the country is pulling money out of the banks. That kind of showcase weaknesses in businesses that could no longer survive when a bunch of money gets pulled out and stocks get devalued. You have companies that are engaged in fraud, or just companies that are just bad business models. All of a sudden they get exposed. And I think that might be what you might call a boom and bust cycle of the early 20th century. But I would say again that it is fiat currency and government socialism that actually causes this boom and bust cycle, or the Austrian business cycle, as Mises calls it, from the 1930s on. So I don't think the government stepping in actually solved that. I think that what you had was some early stock market crashes based upon a new type of economy of investment capital and the trading of futures and growing pains and industrialization. Because even though America industrialized, it wasn't until the 1920 census, for example, that more people lived in the cities than lived in the country, right? And so that early 20th century was full of kind of those problems. So yeah, I wholeheartedly disagree with that characterization, but I don't mean to say that like you're evil or anything. I just disagree. I think it caused that. I think the current business cycle of stock market crashes and rampant inflation and has been caused by that. But also, to your point, right, we would see a lot less of this even if we were more Keynesian, right? Like as much as I hate Keynes and that kind of economic policy, the whole deal was prime the pump when the economy is bad, but then increase taxes and increase interest rates when the economy is doing well, so that over the long term you could control inflation via GDP and things of that nature. And our government, since the Great Depression, has just kind of used those economic theories and ideas as a carte blanche to just always do a bunch of socialism when the economy's bad, and then maintain that and not actually do the inverse when the economy is booming to try and level out that business cycle. That, I would argue, is caused predominantly by fiat currency.
Yeah, I mean, getting back, what is your definition of socialism, at least for the benefit of my audience? And look, most of my people who view my program and subscribe to it are against socialism, at least the way I would define it. In some ways, because I have a mixed audience. I got libertarians, conservatives.
I think the appropriate definition of socialism is, I know it's a bit cheeky to say, but when the government does stuff. And I'll explain. And the reason I would say that pretty much, actually, as much as it's a meme that's used against us, is pretty much true. When Stalin rose to power and we get state socialism, is when we get this redefinition of socialism away from Engels and Marx, that socialism is the transitory, is a state where the workers own the means of production and the state houses that power for the workers. I think that that's fine, and I understand that people use that definition. But I think it's an improper definition that really doesn't get to the heart of Marxist philosophy. I think the best explanation of how socialism actually works and what it actually means is by Engels in Socialism, Scientific and Utopic. And that socialism is that process of the dialectic. It is the process of the belief that there's inherent contradictions that exist in reality, and that those contradictions need to come together with a thesis and an antithesis, and then there is a synthesis, or a you know, from like a Hegelian perspective, that there is a mixture of those two that is this compromise. So when you talk about, oh well, you know, I agree that there needs to be some regulations, I agree there needs to be some things, there needs to be some central planning of the economy, we need to take away some of the property from people so that we can control the property to some degree, that to me is the very height of what socialism is, and that's a very Marxist worldview as far as I'm concerned. Now, I get that you're not a progressive. I get that you're not a democratic socialist. I get that those people are certainly a bridge too far and that they have all of these problems. But when I look at Marx, for example, you know, Marx wrote in Das Kapital and in the Communist Manifesto both that nationalism was inherently anti-socialist, right? That the concept of nationalism was evil. And yet he openly supported nationalism in both Poland and Ireland. It's like, well, how does that work? First, you have to recognize the communists believe in contradictions, so nothing they say is ever true. But also, he supported that because he recognized that that was part of the process to move Poland away from other powers and to move, you know, Ireland away from England, right? And that so long as that isolated the nation and allowed it to separate from the powers of capital and allow it to, you know, no longer be controlled as much by the interests of corporations, then that is socialism. So nationalism becomes socialism in Poland and Ireland because it's part of the dialectical, you know, the historical materialism, if you will. It becomes a part of that process of never-ending contradictions, thesis, antithesis, synthesis, thesis, antithesis, synthesis. And the inevitable conclusion is a stateless, classless society of this utopic communism. And so that's why I say that Nazism is socialism, because it's a synthesis, right? There you have this communist, Bolshevist, you know, brown shirts, etc., that are threatening Germany. And then in comes a party that says, well, we'll compromise with this. We recognize that we need a strong Germany. Of course, we'll create the world's largest trade union, the German Workers' Party, you know, of course, or sorry, not the German Work Party, the what is it like?
Yeah, Labor Front. The Labor Front,
but it's like GDAP or something. I can't remember.
Yeah, the DAF. It's a bullshit union, by the way.
Well, of course, right? But of course, we need the Strength Through Joy program. Of course, we need to make sure that capital is controlled and reined in by the state. To me, that's all socialism, because it's not free market capitalism that they're moving towards. They're integrating more and more socialism as a means of trying to negotiate with the communist end goal. And so when I hear someone say, oh, well, we need some regulations, oh, there's certain central planning, oh, the government needs to step in, as you said, right, like as a father to a child, right, and control the excesses of capitalism. The very belief that there are excesses of capitalism and that the free choice of free people, you know, is something that needs to be controlled by central planners, to me, is that process of historical materialism. It is the synthesis of Marxism and what was before into a new stage as we move historically closer and closer to communism. And so that's where I'm coming from when I'm like, oh, I see you as a socialist. I don't mean it per se to like be antagonistic or insulting, right? But that is the process of socialism as explained by Engels and as explained by Marx. But it's not until Stalin, it's not until we start getting communist revolutions that we kind of change the definition of socialism to, you know, he did describe it as a transitory state, to be fair, right? Like, it's not like he didn't describe it as that, but the transitory state was not a specific nation state that had socialist policies. There are no policies that are socialist. Socialism is a process of synthesis with the old and the new moving towards more central planning and more government regulation, because there is a belief that capitalism has oh my God, I can't think of the economic term when capitalism fails and the government needs to step in. It's a market failure or whatever it's called. I can't think of the term. Someone in chat will remind me, right? But that is socialism.
It's something like market failure. I know what you're talking about.
and I can't think of the fucking term. It's negative externalities, right?
Yes.
That capitalism has these negative externalities, and therefore the government needs to step in at the interest of the people. That's socialism. It just is. And people give me a lot of shit because I'm calling everybody a socialist, but it's like, from where I'm standing, having read Marxist theory, having been a communist, having been a socialist, having then gone to Austrian theory and been a capitalist, a true capitalist, what else am I supposed to call people that wish to synthesize, free market capitalism with the need for government regulation and control for the benefit of the people, other than socialism? That's just what it is.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, before we continue at that point, I found the quote by.
You found it. Yeah.
Yeah. And then we'll talk about that. So John Stuart Service, that's the guy.
Service. I remember now.
And he was very pro-Mao. He was part of a clique of people in the State Department that promoted the CCP at the time in the 1930s and 1940s as agrarian reformers. So he admitted, this was in, historynewsnetwork.org, Judith Apter Klinghoffer, dishonorable reporter on a dishonorable survivor, dated December 24th, 2009. So he admitted that he covered up communist atrocities and authoritarianism, I'm just reading from notes for an upcoming paper, because he, quote, wanted them to win. I thought they were better than the nationalists, and that if we always opposed them, we would have no access to the next Chinese government. I mean, that just tells you. And I could bore my audience and you and with other people with similar quotes. Now, to give you an idea. Yeah, go ahead.
Before I forget, there is a wonderful video that came out 2 months ago for people that don't want to read 20 books on this topic, called by Rageaholic. Joe McCarthy, Martyred by Marxism. And he goes through all of this and the McCarthy and why McCarthy was a hero. I had done a video like 4 years ago on McCarthy and why he was a hero and all this, and nobody was talking about it, and everyone thought I was crazy. But I'm willing to admit when I have been completely and utterly defeated by a video essayist that does a much better job than like my live streams. This is a different type of content. But check out that video. It's 2 hours
What's the
long.
name of that? Could you write it down?
McCarthy.
Sorry to interrupt.
Joe
What's
McCarthy, Martyred by Marxism. I mean, and he talks super fast and he just spitfires nothing but receipts and the occasional joke for 2 hours straight. And it is an exhaustive and extensive work that if it was in book form would be 7 or 8 books. It's a great video.
I'm going to check that out because, that's a very interesting period of history. The communist threat was real. I think you and I obviously agree on that. Concerning the points, no, I don't take it personally that you consider me a quote socialist. I know your intellectual tradition. I think you probably have figured out now I'm not like ignorant of this stuff, just like I know you're. Yeah, so I know. So I don't take it personally.
Probably more knowledgeable on the historical information than I could ever be. I'm very more so philosophy concerned, first principles, getting into stuff like that. But in terms of the history, you're probably more, despite the fact that I've read a lot of communist literature, historically, I tip my hat to you in that regard. I just think you're wrong on the philosophy.
Wrong with a bunch of issues. Yeah. A bunch of issues. Yeah. It's interesting you brought out because I think it's an important point. Communists will use nationalism like Mao Zedong, for example, did during the struggle for power. They'll leverage nationalism. They'll leverage patriotism. Ho Chi Minh did that while he was killing nationalists.
Look at the ACP right now, right? They love the idea of MAGA communism. We are the true patriots, right? Everything is, when you believe that contradictions can exist in reality, right? Then you can say or do anything. So long as the ends justify the means, every lie is permissible, right? It reminds me of you know, Dostoevsky in his kind of retelling of Sartre, right? Where Ivan in the Brothers Karamazov, Ivan Karamazov is talking to Alyosha Karamazov, right? He's the atheist intellectual, kind of like describing his blasphemous paper because fucking Dostoevsky was a genius of steel manning. There's never been a better book, as far as I'm concerned, of the concept of Christianity philosophically through narrative form. It's just unfortunate that he died after only writing one, because it was supposed to be a trilogy. But you know, he cheekily tells him about these Turkish soldiers that are tossing a baby back and forth on the end of spear point. And they say, you know, if God isn't real, then everything is permitted. You know, I'm not a Christian. I tried very deeply. I tried very hard to be. I even went to Liberty University. I went to Orthodox Church all the time. I was raised Christian, weirdly enough, despite all the other problems in my upbringing. But, you know, who knows? Maybe it's a trauma thing. But I tried deeply to get into it. But I respect that sentiment, and I resemble that when I think about Marxism. Right? Is that once contradictions can exist, everything is permitted.
And I think what it is, and you referenced it in what you were saying, I view Marxism, Leninism like National Socialism, fascism, Islamic fundamentalism, the totalitarians as the theology of power. I mean, Lenin himself wrote how the question of morality is subordinated to the needs of the class struggle. So that's, you know, and that's, I mean, to me, when you have the end product, it's fucking repulsive. I don't care how.
Read Lenin's dual power theory, right? To understand the strategy of it. And I think, you know, you see that today. Absolutely. Right. I mean, like, what are we living in if not Lenin's strategy, where he discusses, you know, indoctrinating a youth, and then, you know, creating a vanguard, and then creating an intelligentsia, and then having the vanguard, you know, go into the sectors of government to create an alternate party and he specifically states that it is the vanguard's job to slow down the machine, to throw wrenches, to create inefficiencies. And when you look at people like Black Lives Matter and things like that, and they talk about being trained Marxists, and you look at, you know, neo-Marxists from the kind of the Frankfurt kind of critical theory school, which are obviously opposed. Like, if you meet some tankies, they hate them, right? But they're operating on kind of two pathways of the same end goal. You know what? That's exactly what they're doing. That's exactly what DEI is, and things of that nature. It's means of using power dynamics to slow down the machine by usage of a vanguard party in the state and in the institutions.
Yeah, I mean, you know, look, I mean, and you mentioned that I'm not progressive. I mean, I have progressive vibes. You'll read through it in my writing, but I leverage it more towards conservative goals and preserving the U.S., depending on how you want to define progressive. But this whole notion of the communists adopting, and I had a colleague, by the way, I'm not going to mention names, workplaces, but he was basically driven from his job. By what I term woke Stalinists. So I think, again, this is the theology of power. When Marxist-Leninists are in power, they are cruel to the gays, the LGBTQ community. They can have often very racist positions. I mean, I don't want to quote Marx on some of the things he's written, because you and I will get TOS'd, the slurs that he used.
Yeah. Well, Marx was a genuinely awful human being, not just like setting aside his world philosophy, right? Like, he was a stinky man. He had like severe hemorrhoids from inactivity and sitting down too much. He was abusive. He, you know, didn't give a fuck about his children. He was deeply anti-Semitic,
and anti-black, and it's too, like, as well.
Yeah, and it's like, well, you know, like, you know, one of the things that's an interesting and you know, very banned book, getting into that, is, you know, Alexander Solzhenitsyn's 200 Years Together. Everybody loves to talk about the Gulag Archipelago, but nobody talks about 200 Years Together. And it's touted as this deeply anti-Semitic work, and I just don't see it. Now, maybe the translation I got wasn't that good, because you can't get like a Random House Studios version of it because it's basically banned everywhere in the U.S. for anti-Semitism. But I mean, very adequately describes, the plight of the Jews and the pogroms and those things and why they were uniquely susceptible in Russia to, communist mentality. And then, if we move past, well, what did they get for that? Well, they got the Katyn massacre in Poland. They got, split apart because their religion was, seen as subversive because it wasn't first and foremost to the Soviet state. They got the doctor's plot, which was an excuse by, Stalin to persecute Jews that were religious Jews that, may have, their religion may have balked at some of the ideas of Soviet Russia. And, he felt that he had enough scientists because most of the scientists were, kind of shopping around for the right commissar to be able to get the funding they needed to do their thing. And they were tolerated for a period of time because they needed scientists, and he felt like he didn't need them as much anymore. So he uses the doctor's plot as a means to attack them. I mean, the Jews were persecuted under Stalin, despite them, and this is supposedly anti-Semitic, but it's just historically true, despite them by and large supporting the communist revolution. This idea that Nazis used to try and say that they were the ones causing it is absurd and stupid. They had relatively little power, in the higher positions of government or in the revolution, but they were by and large supportive. And so it's very true that the very people, look at any communist revolution, be it in China, be it in Russia, be it in, Cambodia, be it in Cuba. Cuba's weird because it was like not a communist revolution and then it just kind of became one day. But look throughout any communist revolution and you'll see the minorities, immediately become symptoms of subversiveness towards the ideal, nation state that is for the workers, because you need to force those people into the ideology of communism. And one of the easiest ways to do that, and we see this with the Trump administration, is to keep pointing fingers at immigrants and keep pointing fingers at racial and sexual minorities, to distract from your atrocities. And so over and over and over again, those people, along with the academics that help them get into power, end up in gulags or re-education camps or in mass graves every time.
Yeah, yeah, I mean, that's the situation there. And communists will react and they'll reverse the 2-step forward, 1 step forward, 2 steps backwards that Lenin had talked about in some form or another. You look at NAP, you guys were talking about China in your last stream. It's not capitalism really, as you certainly would understand it, or even I would understand it. It's a strategic retreat. When you look at the People's Daily, Hong Kee, and other Chinese Communist Party publications since at least the 1980s, they explicitly channel Lenin and NEP and Stalin's collaboration with American and German capitalists and engineers and whatnot, and they never lost sight of their goal. They're very chameleonic, and that's why you can never really trust them. Look, I understand why you became alienated from capitalism at that time. I understand why people become communists. I've talked to neo-fascists privately, and I tell them what I'm about. I'm out there. But I want to always ask, well, why do you join it? But where I prevent myself from going towards totalitarianism is you just look at the body count, you look at the history, you look at just how repulsive it is. And what I see here in the US, I mean, here's a post I saw on X, and we can segue into Charlie Kirk and whatnot. But I do agree with your point to a certain degree. Your point is well taken about nationalism, but not all nationalisms, just like to the left, not all forms of capitalism are shitty. Not all billionaires and multimillionaires are bad. You just look at a history book like this, for example, it's...
Oh, no, I'm not. Hold on. I want to make it very clear. I'm not anti-nationalist in terms of pride, right? Bakunin, who, is a early anarchist and He was a contemporary of Proudhon, and was at like the Black International before the commies went after him because he took down Marx because he talked about how his revolution was so terrible. But he was an anarcho-syndicalist. He's the father of anarcho-syndicalism, and he's kind of the precursor to fascism, whilst being a lefty.
But Bakunin was 100% right about Marx. I know exactly which quote you're talking about.
Yeah, for sure. But Bakunin talked about nationalism, and and I'm paraphrasing because I'm not going to go look up the quote. I know you like to apparently, but I'll just paraphrase here. And he stated that true nationalism is a people's pride in their homeland, in their ancestry, in their land, in their family, in their communities. And this is a good and righteous nationalism. But when nationalism becomes evil is when it becomes love of your state. That is where I have no issue with people saying I'm an American. I love the American tradition. I love what we have done. Even if it's goofy and they're like, I love Coca-Cola, you know what I mean? Like, have at it, man. But when you start being like reverent of politicians, reverent of our military, reverent of like, we can do no wrong with our military campaigns because we're spreading democracy. And when you start getting into that is when nationalism becomes evil. I only brought up nationalism in that case to showcase the contradictory nature of anybody that tries to assign policies or specific policy prescriptions to the definition of socialism, because it's like, you don't know what socialism is. You haven't read enough Marx or Engels or early or Luxemburg or Kropotkin. You haven't read socialist theory if you think socialism is Stalin's definition of a state where the workers own the means of production. That's a baby understanding of socialism, at least from the philosophical standpoint. And I just use it as an example of how that contradiction can be in place, because it's really about the dialectical materialist process, or historical materialists, or historical dialectics, whatever phrase you want to use. It gets translated differently each time.
Yeah, and you make a very fair point, because there are a number of, like, I have populist tendencies. There's also such a thing as toxic populism, and there are many forms of toxic nationalism. You brought up a point, and I'd love to have more conversations with you if you're cool with that. But there's a lot of layers to onions. But one of the biggest reason why I left the John Birch Society, and I talk about this in my writings, is because of their type of anti-communism. And it was very libertarian domestically when it came to economic policy, but they, in their scoreboard section in American Opinion magazine, they used to have a scoreboard, and they used to bitch out the social democratic and, quote, welfare capitalism of the New Deal and Western Europe, but somehow they would view Somoza in Nicaragua as a bastion, as Jack Cox said in a Birchma wrote a book called Nicaragua Betrayed, as an example of constitutional government and free enterprise, or South Africa under apartheid under the Nationalist Party. And there are some libertarians that have, in the case of South Africa, that have written some excellent books about it. Some authors, you're probably familiar with them. Obviously, Walter Williams and his South Africa's War Against Capitalism. It's a very good book. Merle Lipton's book, I think her name is Merle Lipton, Capitalism and Apartheid. I think it was written in the 1980s.
I'm not aware of that one.
I think that's the title. And then there's also Jim Perrone. You probably are familiar with him. And he has written some things that were years and years and years ago, posted on Free Republic. The what Free Republic is, the website. So you had that.
The bad version of the Mises Institute.
So the
inferior version.
And you look at Francisco Franco in Spain, for example. They loved Franco, or they liked Salazar in Portugal, for example. And when you look at actually what they did, I'm like, this is like, okay, you're bitching out social democrats and everything, and you're for limited government and everything, and you're backing basically governments that are fascists, literally in theory, when you look at Franco and Salazar. It's like, it's just, I had a problem as
I think there's this weird.
How could you be for limited government, and these are governments that we backed in the
It's
Cold
really
War.
easily. Yeah. You can be for that when you're connected to the CIA and the Reagan Chicago boys. When you're influenced by Reagan's Chicago boys, right? That love fascism, so long as it, allows corporate power and profit for American corporations in South America and abroad, then you can magically be for it. It's very simple. These aren't principled people, and I find that, maybe I'm black-pilled here or something, or maybe black-pilled is not the right term, but maybe I'm cynical, right? But I find that when people do not have a proper philosophy, which is most people, even most educated people, they often believe in contradiction. Over and over again, they believe in and they compartmentalize it, right? So if you point it out, they'll have like a moment where they either retreat or they dismiss or something to maintain that compartmentalization, or they convert and they go, well, that is a bad idea, right? Like they don't have a worldview that is contradictory like the Marxists do. But most people, I think, hold many contradictory views, because we live in an era of consequentialism. We've Christianity, for all of its problems, was deontological and had a deep and rich history of an adherence to truth, right? I mean, Aquinas is an amazing philosopher in that truth, and so devoted to truth that he tackled and really gripped with the concept of there being inaccuracies in the Bible. And so he was like, okay, well, there's two forms of the word of God. There's the Bible, and then there's God's works in the world. And so if you discover a scientific fact, then then either your science is wrong or your interpretation of the Bible is wrong, right? And so, he tried to square that circle because Christianity had such an adherence and value of truth. And as we've lost Christianity, which, I'm an objectivist, so, I don't really feel that bad about it, but what replaces it, right? It's kind of like Nietzsche's kind of, warning of God is dead, like, oh, I've come too early. It's like, what replaces it? And what has replaced it is a philosophy of consequentialism and contradiction. And so, sorry, I see this amongst the right all the time. All the time. Your typical conservative believes all kinds of contradictory things. And so when you have a society that is, a collective group that is, involved in politics, and then you have moneyed interests that in many ways are shaped by corporations and, government intelligence. I know I sound conspiratorial, but follow Mike Benz on Twitter and you will see just how deeply, our intelligence agency is involved in global politics and NGOs and almost every form. Like we saw this thing with Chorus Media on the left recently. It's like the corporations control an overwhelming majority of popular political streamers and YouTubers. They just do. And people don't realize, they're, Chorus is spending something over the past 6 years, like $600 million in a large portion, we don't know how much, is involved in purchasing and funding streamers, picking the right people to be popular, gatekeeping interviews. And, so I think the reason you have these societies that, these organizations that believe all these contradictory things is because there's a lot of moneyed interests in it. Maybe I see that from that perspective because I was once a communist, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
but like, I tend to view things sometimes from almost like a communist lens because I was trained to do so in that. But my logic shows that in this regard, it's kind of true.
And I don't even know what can be done about that because, again, with the whole lobbying discussion and everything, it's like, to me, I would rather have just exposure as much as possible and transparency. I don't know really what to say about Chorus. We all know about it. Color me unsurprised about that whole revelation. But I got to be honest with you, I don't think we should ban these kinds of donations to private individuals either. I would like them to disclose so we know what their opinions are based on. Do they ideologically agree with the donors? Are they just mercenaries doing this? I don't know. And it happens. I hate to sound like both sides. That happens on both sides too, as well.
Yeah, so like, I mean, like, look at the Daily Wire. I remember when, oh God, what's that female's name that kind of got kicked out of the Daily Wire? Oh gosh.
Not Candace Owens.
No, the other one, the white girl.
Oh God.
How is no one in chat told me already? What's going on, chat? Where are you at?
Come on, chat.
Brett Cooper. Thank you, chat. Brett Cooper. I remember when she came out, and I saw this random person just being blasted everywhere that I'd never heard of, right? Just this astroturfing campaign of like YouTube shorts and TikToks of this streamer girl, sitting in her room with this chair and everything. I was like, I got to go look into who this person is. It was all in a studio. Like like the Daily Wire had made a studio that looked like a streamer's room, and there was no live stream. These were clips made to look like they were part of like a Twitch stream that was 8 hours. And instead they were just specific streams. That's how she got her start, of like TikToks and YouTube shorts and Instagram reels of this unheard of person that was now blasted everywhere. And there was ads putting them and all of this. And it was like, oh, you needed a mouthpiece that could speak to young men that are like obsessed with e-girls. You understood that Gen Z men were watching these whores on Twitch that had their tits half out. And you were like, we need our version of that. So we're going to and they got an actress to do that. Now, of course, supposedly she's become a conservative and, she started doing more content, and it was less like YouTube shorts, and then it became long form content. And then she got kind of kicked out. And now she's like a conservative speaker and, rest his soul at Turning Point USA and things like that. Right. But I mean, but initially it's like, yeah, this is controlled. This is all corporate controlled. And like, to me, I don't want to ban it, and I don't want to force transparency. And the reason I don't want to force transparency is I do think that there are organizations that want to push messages that don't want their money or their message being driven back to them. And that should be acceptable, right? Especially when we're living in an era of places like BLM or something. If I wanted to push a message that was anti-BLM, maybe I don't want people to know that it's Starbucks doing that. You know what I mean? Like, I ought to be able to protect myself, but
totally.
The
and when I say transparency, I say voluntary, because there's part of a lot of libertarianish remnants where I think that could be deeply problematic.
But here's what I will say.
With mandatory transparency in that way. Ideally, I would like it, but I'm uncomfortable with that.
I would be okay with the government prosecuting fraud when people lie about their money connections. I don't want transparency per se, because like I said, there's certain people that ought to be able to fund things without their name being public, that they're funding things. But if someone like this American Girl doll girl that is pushing Kamala Harris and then pushing, Democrats, and, and then so you're some random streamer, you're some random viewer, and you're like American Girl doll products, and then they're force feeding you why you need to vote for the Democrats, and you think that's weird. And then you ask a question in a stream or on a comment that's like, why are you talking about Democrat stuff? Are you getting paid for this? And then they say, no, I'm not getting paid. Prosecute the fuck out of that person. That's what I want. Because now we have an aggressive act. We have someone that's getting paid and then committing fraud, because as a viewer, I'm asking you, and then you are lying to me. And therefore the product that you are selling me is a product based upon a lie. And I think it meets the principal elements of fraud, because I have no way of finding this out, because it's secret. I have no way of like gauging other people. And now I've been fraudulently tricked into thinking that this is this popular idea that you naturally are this person when in fact you're getting paid to do these things. So I don't think you should be forced to disclose it, right?
Agreed.
But I think if you get caught lying about it and then pushing those things, then that is fraud. And I think the people that are your viewers then have a right to be compensated for their time for being lied to.
Or if they paid subscriptions, even more so, then you're dealing with
right. Like you should have to give back. Right. Like you should have to give back your subscriptions and the time that they spent. That is, ad revenue. Companies that had their ads put on these products thinking that they were like this apolitical or normal person. And then they've got this other money coming in. All of the people that have been involved in either having to pay or voluntarily paying or giving their time should be compensated for the fraud that you've done. That's personally how I would handle it.
Yeah, and I think that's more than fair because that addresses both of the concerns that I have. Because, again, maybe this is my libertarianish elements, mandatory disclosure, particularly from
thank you.
people who are not connected to the government or a government agency, and these are private individuals like you and I promoting our ideas. If we get donors, and there's some people here and there who've donated to my Substack, to my program here and there. Yeah.
I mean, I just got to $200 for this stream, right? Like if I was right. Thank you, Stacey Pastry, for getting me to the $200, right? I have a $50 ask, but today was a crazy day. But yeah, like if all of these people had given me $200 just for one stream, and they asked me like, "Oh, where are you getting these ideas from?" "Oh, it's all from me. I've read these books and I genuinely came to this, but I'm being paid by someone else to shill certain ideas, and these people are giving me money because they support me and they support my journey and they support me doing the research for content and all these other things. They're giving money to a lie." And that's where I would draw the line personally.
Yeah.
From a principled libertarian position, there's that, right? But also from a pragmatic position, like I said, I like the idea of transparency. Usually it's usually a good idea. I would encourage people to be transparent, but people should also have the right to be able to donate to causes without the government coming in and saying, if you want to donate to a cause, you have to put your name on the line, especially in an era where there are people that are trying to search and ruin people's lives for having the wrong opinion.
Yeah, and it's a fine line. I mean, and when you talk about, I guess philosophy or more approaches, I mean, if you wanted to pin me, I'm an old school radical centrist of the mid to the beginning of the 20th century view. And I'm always kind of learning and updated in this flood of information. And you might think I'm all over the place on issues, but I also have a very strongly pragmatic side too as well. That I like to look at what works and what doesn't. Now, I kind of understand where you're coming from about nationalism, to answer your point about state worship. Mm-hmm. Yeah, look, my views might come across in this program, other programs, even my writings, one could possibly interpret, unless you really read more of my essays, and they're long and they're dense, I admit it. Not everybody's going to want to read that shit, let's be real. But on the other hand, I don't love the state just because it's the state. I mean, you have people out there that have a hard-on for the state that just hates the private sphere. And I'm sure there are many psychological and ideological reasons for that could probably occupy another 3 more hours to our show.
It's just the female mindset in politics. There you go. That's it.
What's that?
I would say it's just the female mindset in politics. That's it.
Yeah, why do you say that? Why do you say that with the female male? You've mentioned that before on your shows. I mean, I've met females that are very practical, even in my workplace where I work, and then there are males that are totally basket case. But I think males, you and I probably would agree, males have to have a balance and you have to be protective, especially if you have your family, you have your girlfriend, your wife, This is my personal thing. I'm old-fashioned. I'll walk my dates, and I date all Latinas and Afro-Latinas.
Oh.
And I walk them. Yes. I'm one of those types. And I welcome to the car. They like that kind of protectiveness. So, you know, that's where I'm at with that.
machismo and marianissimo is pretty important in Latin culture. But yeah, the reason I say that, and this is like could get into a whole nother thing, so I'll try and be short. I would say that there's masculinity and femininity is something that embodies all of us to varying degrees, right? I don't think there is any male that is all masculine without any femininity. There's a bit of a yin and yang, if you will, to this. And obviously, you know, there are exceptions to every rule, right? A general rule about the tendency of the female mindset is not going to apply to Ayn Rand, for example, right? Or Hypatia, right? Or, you know what I mean? Like these are outliers. And you know, we have certainly a society where we have pushed masculinity onto women to an extreme degree in the last 50 to 100 years. And the inverse is true of men. But what I would say is that the female mindset at its most basic, right? Like I'm getting into evolutionary psychology here, which is a lot of guesswork more than anything, right? But predominantly, I would say that the typical example of a functionalist society for most of human history in terms of gender roles and behavior would be that women's domain is to ensure a few things. Number one, it is to ensure equality in the household. It's to make sure that the male doesn't forget about the sickly child. It's to make sure that the youngest gets their fair share of food so that we can all survive. It is a nurturing, loving belief of equality within the family home. I think in the community, the female tendency is to ensure that the downtrodden are not forgotten about, that they hold value to the community because of relationships and connections and family, and to remind the men, okay, this guy's fucking up right now, but he's redeemable and he should be valued because he's a part of the tribe, and he should be valued because he's a part of the greater family that is the community. And the third thing that I think is typical of the female domain in society is the desire for reputation management, to enforce rules of social stigma and shame and celebration so that violence is not necessary, right? So that violence is not the immediate fact when someone starts fucking up or doing something wrong, that people are ostracized, that people are socialized, that women play an integral function towards making sure that when someone is fucking up, we don't hang them or we don't beat them or we don't completely cut them off, but instead we shame them, and that we use social pressures and reputation management to get them to come back into the fold without violence. Whereas the male domain is hierarchical, it's violent in many of its nature, right? It is protective in much of its nature. It's domineering, and all of those things. Both of these, without the other, becomes toxic and dysfunctional, right? You know what I mean? Like an example of a person with no femininity and pure toxic, unintegrated masculinity would be somebody like Andrew Tate, right? Where everything is over the top masculine to the point where it is a performance to deal with one's own trauma, right? Where it's abusive to women, it's abusive to the society. It has no respect for any social stigma or shame, right? You know, they don't give, if he was allowed to fuck 14-year-old girls, he would, or he probably has, right? But we know that he likes to beat and control 15 and 16-year-old girls, right? Like things like that. And so I view in many ways, there is this, you know, philosophically, I think philosophies oftentimes are created ad hoc from tendencies of human emotion. And I think communism in many ways is an ad hoc philosophy of the female domain, the desire for equality everywhere, as opposed to just in the family. It's become political equality, this myth of equality. It is this desire for social pressure and shame now becomes this desire for enforced equality amongst all metrics, and then we use the power of the state to enforce that equality. It is this resentment of hierarchy. To me, Marxism is in many ways the female domain in society taken to the extreme where it gains power. Which is the female domain I find to be proper and necessary to a functional society. But when you mix that with political power and you make that a nationalist or political worldview, it becomes the most toxic, destructive, anti-real thing we've ever seen. And I think the same would be true of the male domain. The male domain would be might makes right. Power is always what matters. That anyone that falls aside should be left and abandoned to starve and die no matter what, because they couldn't keep up. Right. And I think fascism is the element of all of the bad aspects of the male and the female domain mixed together. And unironically, I think it's superior to communism because of that, because it at least maintains some reality-based philosophy, and it at least maintains pro-social behavior, whereas the feminine domain of enforced equality becomes so toxic that it becomes antisocial.
Yeah, that's a lot to unpack. I mean, I'm more for, if you will, a balance, I guess, because human nature, there are innate traits in each gender that do exist, and they bring, as you pointed out, positives to the table. So that's where I'm at on that, to put it very succinctly. With that stated, concerning hierarchy and equality, I mean, ideally, I like equality of opportunity for a number of reasons, but there's never been a society that I'm aware of on a large scale. And correct me if I'm wrong, chat, audience on both ends. Scott, do you want me to call you Scott or Fabian Liberty?
Scott,
or
either Scott or Fabian Liberty is fine. Scott's my last name, but I go by it because I was in the military.
Okay. I'll call you Scott.
But Fabian Liberty is just the channel name.
Yeah, I know. I just didn't know if you had a preference, because guests of yours and debate panelists alternate between names. So I just do whatever. So anyways, name a society that's been perfectly on a large scale. I can't think of any. And hierarchies are inevitable. And even with the quote feminized Marxism produced the worst forms of hierarchy imaginable, with all the violence in the world. So I look at that, and fascism, fascism tried to be syncretic, like kind of my politics. And to you, I'm sure I probably have a whole shitload of contradictions. I would argue not, trying to synthesize all kinds of views. Look, I know your arguments. I mean, you probably will have a lot of reasonable arguments about what is radical civic nationalism. You want to nationalize the Federal Reserve to create a Hamiltonian Reconstruction Finance Corporation. I'll give you one example, and you probably never have a guest that can make your argument for you in response, but it's like, for example,
occasionally.
Oh, okay. It's like, well, who's going to manage it? Who's going to do oversight, and how do you prevent it from being corrupted?
Yeah,
let me tell you, that is a perfectly wonderful response. So I get it. Now with fascism, one of the many, many reasons why I'm fascism, and to any audiences out there who are thinking of flirting with fascism, you're right. It's the two worst extremes. You have the socialism or quasi-socialism or authoritarian collectivism that's commonly perceived as, quote, the left, and the nationalism of the right. My nationalism, I would argue, is far more liberal in the classic sense than fascism, a fuck ton more liberal, and with different goals. The fascists and National Socialists, as you know, Scott, and many in both of our audiences know, their long-term goals for capitalism is at least partial nationalization of the economy. And if you were to believe what, for example, Hitler, Goebbels, elements of the SS wanted, elements of the fascist parties like Farinacci and Pavolini, they wanted wholesale nationalization or execution of quote unquote profiteers and industrialists after the war is done. They wanted to use capitalism. Why am I not a fascist? Again, I'm going to read something. Again, I appreciate everyone's indulgence. Italo Balbo, who was one of the early fascists, according to an OVRA report dated from February 1937, OVRA was the fascist secret police. It was kind of a jawbreaker of an acronym, makes your brain break. He claimed quietly, and this was in a thesis on the Italian war economy, quote, "The people has no means of making heard its voice, its needs, its interests. In a word, it lacks the vent it needs. The whole of the syndical and corporate organization as it exists today is nothing but the superimposition of officials which the members do not respect and frequently put up in great discomfort." So shit like that, that's why I, and many other reasons, I can't become a fascist. And this is when you get down to the historical stuff, and it's like, no. And that's part of my political project. Yeah, I want to curb what I call excesses of capitalism. And there are times, yes, those words scare me, but it depends on, to get to your earlier point, who's saying it. If you have a fascist, a communist, a DSA member saying that, or let's say fascists tend to use that term more than anything, that scares me because I know what their intentions.
Well, they don't. The excesses of capitalism is usually a phrase you're going to hear from fascists, because fascists like to wear the jacket of market economies, but in practice they're fully socialist, right? You know what I mean? Like you won't hear the excesses of capitalism too often from Marxists. Well, I mean, they're both Marxists, but from communists, right? Because to them, the entire concept of capitalism is the problem. Whereas the fascist is a blending of, it's a socialist transitory state that is a blending of capitalism and Marxism, right? So of course the argument is, well, capitalism goes a little too far. We need to rein in capitalism and protect people from their free choices, and because the central planner of the state knows better than the businessman or the individual property owner. But my argument really just, the reason, like Rothbard kind of famously gets shit because he said fascism saved Europe from communism. And, you hear that and they're like, oh, see, he was a fascist. And it's like, no, he's not a fucking fascist. Like, we hate fascism. But, just looking at one example, right? You look at Europe and then compare it with China. And you would never see the fascist portions of Europe adopt something like the one-child policy, right? Like that is just antithetical to fascism. Fascism is at least pretending to be pro-family and pro-breeding of, especially when it's, when it's Volkism or when it's Volkish, right? It's when it's blood and soil, it's definitely going to be pro-family and pro-breeding. One of the policies that the Nazis put in, for example, was, I want to say it was like a 14% off of the purchase of a home per child. Right. So they had governmental policy that made it easier for people that had children to buy a home, because they wanted to make sure that people would breed, that people would have children, and that home ownership would be prioritized by people that had big families. Those kinds of policies you would never see in like full-blown Maoist China. You get the exact opposite. And it's like, well, one of the things that was very interesting is in the 1990s, they got rid of the one-child policy. And then the birth rates didn't go up in any statistically significant way. And you go, oh, what happened there? Well, you had a pervasive culture for 40 years that people that have children are evil leeches that are, that have these children that are siphoning resources from the state, and that these are bad, morally bad people. And you indoctrinated 2 generations of people. And then you wonder why they weren't like, oh, the law's gone, society's healed now. Right. And so that's why I would say that because fascism is a blending, it is in some ways not as bad as communism. And the ways in which it is not as bad in communism is because there is that blend of male and female, that blend of conservatism and socialism, that blend of things that allows for some pro-social, pro-family behavior. Of course, it's only pro-social and pro-family so long as you are the in-group, right? It's not very pro-social or pro-family to the immigrant or to the Jew or to the, to the person that isn't part of the category of the Volkish, philosophy. But in places where it is full-blown communism, it is anti-social behavior completely. I mean, you look at Stalin, right? Where, he saw any religious belief or any culture or any culturally homogenous group as a threat to the nation state. And so he intentionally grabbed people and, had policies to separate people and spread them out amongst Russia. What did that do? Well, that killed a lot of culture. That destroyed, many steppe people and many, like there was a diverse set of isolated cultures in Russia under the king, under the Tsar. And much of that was destroyed for a Russian culture. And they've yet to heal from that. And you see the same thing with China, with the Uyghur Muslims or the Tibetans, right? Any religious or ethnic group that is culturally homogenous is a threat to the nation state. And so you'll see that in fascism as well, but under communism, it's in totality of all of its people. I'm not trying to glaze fascism, right? I just think of fascism as a socialist, blend. It's a compromise with communism.
Yeah, I mean, libertarians, to be clear, I know your audience knows, I'm sure most of my audience knows. But
most of my audience has gone to bed now. It's midnight.
Yeah. I mean, libertarians hate fascists, and fascists and neo-fascists and neo-Nazis hate libertarianism. Let's be clear. I mean, the primary source evidence shows that. And I got to tell you, Scott, I am so sick and tired of people conflating Trump, who represents plutocracy or oligarchy with democratic trappings, with fascism and National Socialism. There are very important differences between the two. There are people that view libertarians as fascists. And look, there are some pleasant things I say about libertarians and harsh things I say about libertarians in my writing, but there's definitely a lack of honesty. You referenced that von Mises also is selectively quoted. I think in 1927, he said that fascism, in so many words, saved Italy. But the other part of the quote, which is left out, which basically says it's still a dog shit ideology. So I know where you're coming from with that. I know it's not your ideological approach. Anybody who knows anything about history, is honest, knows you don't have to apologize to me about that or anything about that. But I wanted to, I know it's like late. And I know
one final question or topic, and then we'll wrap it up. Like, I think both you and I have realized that there's a lot here. And so maybe we'll chat sometime in the future or something again, because there's just, because I think we're getting to the point where the conversation is just going to be too long.
I know you love these kinds of conversations one-on-one.
I do. I love them so much more than doing debates. Like debates is like in many ways an exercise in futility, but it is just kind of part of the game.
But we also disagree, and it's perfectly cool. It's not like, and it's good for my mind because I'm tired of just working with people that always agree with me. And plus, I learned a few new things with you. Got the name of a new thing, so I'm always learning. But Charlie Kirk. I mean, aside from the fact that this is a fucking tragedy, and look, I think there's probably some, I don't want to say prematurely, but I see the ugliness online, and I know I'm going to get your engines fired up when I mention certain names. For example, Minnesota populist says correctly, mask off moment, when End Wokeness account says Democrats in the House shout no for a moment of prayer for Charlie Kirk. Which Democrats? It sounds like an element within the Democratic Party, let's just say. Drew Pavlou, to his credit, who kind of had hopes for your buddy, I say that sarcastically, Destiny. He said Destiny, and apparently Destiny said anybody on the left who disavows the murder of Charlie Kirk is cucked and weak. And Drew Pavlov said, I might add correctly, This is fucking evil dude at the Omni Liberal, absolute zero humanity. He literally had the exact same job as you. He was a political commentator. And then our dear friend Black Redguard, who I did a quick search before the show, he has a YouTube channel. He's a Maoist Stalinist, said, well, guess he lost the debate. And to me, that last quote
there's 100 of these, right? I mean, there is
it's 100 too many.
Yeah,
what are your thoughts about this assassination, other than obviously it's horrible and and not good? And there are fascists and National Socialists quietly cheering it on too. So
I don't cheer it on. I think it's immoral. And the reason I think it's immoral is that I think it is, I have to be very careful. I'm deeply saddened by this. I'm very upset about it. I'm very upset about the potential radicalization that will come from it. Because, I was talking in chat earlier about it, and I was like, I got taken in by communism as a teenager. And and I can be honest about that, right? I'm not gonna be one of these people that's like, oh, I'm big brain. I've always been a big brain badass, right? Like, I've been weak, I've been stupid. And I'm trying to imagine myself at 16 growing up today. Growing up, like, I just got out of class. My last class of the day in high school was teaching me about toxic masculinity, or like they're doing in England, right? Or some bullshit. I've been lectured the whole time I've been in school about, like, with little breadcrumbs of whiteness being a problem and all these other things. I've grown up in a world, because I grew up in a world where it was very colorblind, right? Like, I graduated high school in 2009, like, I grew up in a colorblind society for the most part. Like, and they don't live in that world anymore. They live in a world where the teachers and the staff are more often than not subtly and sometimes overtly describing their whiteness and their existence as an ideology that is evil. And then I see what's happening in Europe, and I see them just completely cucked out to, politicians that have imported, millions of Muslims into a country that's, the size of Texas and, the population of like a quarter of the US. And I watched them arrest a teenage girl for protecting her sister because she had knives. And then I watch a Ukrainian refugee, young girl who is liberal, get stabbed in the heart on a subway train in Charlotte and bleed out as the other people look at her almost like she's a problem for being there. And then 2 minutes later, some dude comes and holds her hand and goes through her phone. I'm assuming maybe to call family or something. And then a white girl comes and tries to save her. And a black dude is over top of her with slides on with his phone out, just filming because whatever. After this guy says, I got that white girl. I got that white girl. And then I find out that DEI initiatives and Biden administration policies and woke DAs have brought in a judge who hasn't even passed the bar and whose wife is an co-owner of a business that takes criminals that the very judge who hasn't passed the bar can release on, remand into the presumed custody of this private organization that takes tax money to put criminals back on the streets, but give them the mental health care that they need after this guy's been arrested 14 times, most of which are for violent felonies. Stab this girl. And I watch people like Tariq Nasheed and all these other people come in and laugh about it. I watch BLM put out a video saying that black violence is always justified. And then I watch Charlie Kirk, last bit of this, the one guy that says, we need to have these talks and these debates because if we don't, violence happens. And that's when we stop seeing the humanity of other people. And that's when civil war comes. Get assassinated. There's not a doubt in my mind that 16-year-old me would be a Nazi. Not one. There's no fucking way in hell 16-year-old white me that went through all of that wouldn't be radicalized and say the Jews have controlled all of this and we need to deal with the blacks, they're a problem, and we need 14 words, right, to ensure the safety of our white children. I'm not saying that's good. I'm not saying that's right. I'm not saying you should believe that. I'm saying there's no doubt that a young, impressionable teenage me would go through all of that and wouldn't be radical and is all fuck. Especially living in a world where I know I'm never going to be able to own a home because the boomers have orchestrated financial capital against us, where the welfare state has funneled all of the money away from men into women and has created a toxic group of women that hate 50, 60, 70% of men and are just having sex and casual relationships with the top 20% of men and are constantly online talking about how they hate men and we're in a chopped epidemic and all these dudes are ugly and I'm a normal fucking guy. I've got no prospects to gain capital. I've got no prospects to own property. I have a society that hates me for the color of my skin, and now they're letting murderers out on the street because DEI or some shit, and then they're assassinating the people that are calling for peace that have any conservative ideology.
Yeah, and I too am scared about the radicalization. I don't like what I see on social media. It's a growing trend, and I'm glad you mentioned your latter point because I just screenshotted on my phone on the Twitter page of I saw this a few days ago on September 9th. Time, like, what's it, 12:01, it looks like. Mark Mitchell of Rasmussen Report, he posted, I did a major Zoomer deep dive today and I'm flummoxed. And so was I when I read this. They are really socialist, but also pretty nationalist. You and I know we come from rather different persuasions, but that scares the shit out of me, as it probably should you.
Yeah,
that's not the trend.
I'm
and that's what I see growing.
Yeah, as a streamer, I'm pretty well connected for a millennial with Gen Z, right? I mean, a lot of my audience is Gen Z. Obviously it's a self-selection bias because they're people that like an ANCAP millennial, but I do my best to try and understand Gen Z. Like a lot of times I'm like eating, I'm watching like Gen Z meme compilations, and half of it is just infuriating me because for whatever reason they think loud noises and screams are funny, right? But one of the things that I find so interesting is the diversity of thought that Gen Z has is actually bigger than, I think people are getting Gen Z wrong. There's a lot of National Socialists, a lot of, like there's that old racist guy. He says he calls Generation Z Generation Zyklon. Right. Oh, and it's, I heard that and I was like, ooh, fuck. Right. I see a lot of Nazi sympathies and anti-Semitic sympathies with Gen Z in a way that's very terrifying. But what's interesting too, is I also see a lot of Austrian theory, Bitcoin theory, hardcore capitalist persuasion of how money and banks work. And so what Gen Z really is a society that has been a generation that has been attacked by liberalism and has been, and I don't mean liberal as a pejorative, I mean liberalism, like liberalism, feminism, and leftism all together, attacking them and destroying them. And you have this populist, not like Trump populist, but populist search for truth. And so I see it both as terrifying, but also as a wonderful opportunity, because there is a lot of Gen Z that I don't think is radical in the sense that other people think, because they, like any other young generation, they want to fit in, and they're a social media generation, so they all parrot each other. But also, a lot of them are curious about politics in a way that no other generation has been, right? And so I see a hunger for them to be like, what the fuck is going on? In a way that, Gen X was just partying and listening to hair metal and doing drugs and fucking off, right? And like boomers were just being hippies and just having fun for the sake of it and being like anti-war or whatever. And millennials they went into one or two categories. They went either head in the ground like the Gen X did, or they went full blown woke. I don't see that trend in Gen Z. What I see is a disparate, fractured generation, both between the genders and amongst the genders themselves, to be like, what the fuck is happening? There's nihilism there, that it's all fucked, but they're also looking for something to explain why it's all fucked. And so while there's great fear to be had there, I think there's also great opportunity to be had there, because I don't think they're all just turning into fascists. I think they're latching onto anything that gives them a worldview that explains why everything's fucked. And that means there's an opportunity for rational people to be, this is why it's fucked. And I think we'll find a receptive audience amongst them that no generation has had before.
Yeah, and I'm not trying to shit on Gen Z or the younger generations. Obviously, it's not my thing. As I said earlier, and I've made this abundantly clear in tweets, recent tweets, I understand why average people become national socialists, communist socialists. I get why people are pissed off. My thing is there's a better way. You can have good things with relative economic and political liberty, maybe not in the way that you advocate, but far more than National Socialism, fascism, communism, or socialism as I even understand it. I say, look at the body counts. You know, you were having a discussion yesterday about China, you and several other streamers, and I kept on thinking, so the fuck what? If China has all these beautiful things and achievements and everything, you could say that. But you know what? You can have great things when you have a non-totalitarian government.
When you get the government out of the way is when you have great things. And the more you get the government out of the way, the more great things you have. All right, boys?
Well, I will say, compared to totalitarian states, you and I are in 100% agreement on that. We might differ on the details, but yeah. I mean, I would love to have continuing conversations with you. I hope you found this
was great. This is
productive.
It was a conversation where you get to think, where you get to expand. Those are rare these days.
You got to have it. And, you know, the thing is also, I committed that mistake. I don't know if you remember my tweet. You did a thing on price gouging. You worded it in such a way, I think, to evoke a reaction. And I'm like, what the fuck? The type of capitalism you're advocating is pushing people.
I'm pro price gouging. Price gouging is morally based. There's nothing better than price gouging.
But I was an asshole about it, and I'll admit it. And when you're on social media, it doesn't.
I'm on Twitter. I'm a fucking monster. I'm okay with it. It's part of my strategy.
Mm-hmm. So, but again, also price gouging is a term used by the Axis powers. If you read the literature of their collaboration, to say, "Oh, we're going to drag the price gougers, those black market people, and shoot them." So it's like the term usury and everything else. From my perspective, it's also who uses it. Because fuck, to a fascist or a communist or a national socialist or even a DSA type of socialist, fuck, I'd be a price gouger and they drag me away and shoot me and put you in the same bunk as me or grave.
Yeah, well, I would just say this: price gouging is a nonsense term. It's just price. That's all price gouging is. It's just price.
And I think maybe
there's no such thing as price gouging.
And we could have a different discussion. I actually have to prepare for that because I didn't prepare for that. I'm not going to lie to you.
Okay. Well, I'll add another one and we'll have a conversation on this. Price gouging is just price. And the concept of a monopoly is a socialist myth. There's only one monopoly, and that is the state monopoly. There's no such thing as a real monopoly in capitalism.
And that we could have a different discussion on, and that I have to prepare because I did not prepare.
Yeah, well, I was adding another one for you to prepare for, so I'm not jumping you on it. If we have an econ talk, right, I want to talk about price gouging, and I want to talk about monopolies and why they're both bullshit terms.
And I have to listen to your point of view on that too as well. I know you've peppered some recent streams with some of those points and whatnot, but yeah, so I think we have to have these human conversations. We can disagree even strongly, we did, but without being assholes to each other. I think the more we talk, the more we think. And the more I plant seeds in your audience, you plant seeds in my audience, and it's cool.
Well, it was wonderful talking to you. How do I say your name specifically?
Nevin.
Well, last name
Nevin.
as well.
Oh, Gussack.
Gussack. Okay, Nevin Gussack. All right, it was a pleasure. It was a great conversation.
Yeah, great conversation. Where can people find your works, your social media presence, any published works?
Just Google Fabian Liberty. You'll find my Twitter and my YouTube.
Okay, cool. No, this has been a great conversation. I hope to have more with you at some point as issues arrive. Let's pray for Charlie Kirk, the family, the country. And one thing you and I can definitely agree upon, let's pray that the radicalizations do not continue to go in what we consider a toxic direction.
Yeah, I want a lot of radicalizations, just the right ones.
Well, we agree on the toxic radicalization. We don't want that. Look, if I was forced to choose a gun to my head, as critical, as highly and at times hotly critical I am of libertarians, with also selective praise for that, I would prefer an ANCAP over a communist or fascist dictatorship. I know that's not saying a lot, but yeah, I mean, it's pretty painfully obvious. So I'll leave it at that. So
yeah, fair enough.
Yeah. So anyways, be well. And we'll talk further, and you be
All
safe.
Right. You as well.
All right. Take care now. Bye-bye.
He said bye-bye. All right. Well, boys. It's quiet. Everybody's gone to bed. So no Jews? What? That'll be a good convo also. Yeah, that should be fun. Why is it not? Oh, it is playing. It's just, there we go. We live in a Jewish tyranny, and ANCAP is banning me because of ADL witch hunts. Oh, shut up. Charlie Kirk died. Have some respect. What is that even dealing with? Like, we talked about it plenty this stream, I promise. Povel is based. Slav name. Oh, God. He probably plays basketball in the NBA as one of the white ones. All right, boys. I should be back tomorrow. I have a Gibbs panel at 7:30 CST, so it's 8:30. So we'll probably start streaming around 6:30 or so. So I will be back tomorrow. Thank you guys so much for your love and support. It's a fucked day in politics, but I guess it was interesting. It was certainly an interesting stream. So, that is what it is. Good stream. I got a lot done with an interesting combo. Thanks for the stream. Needed it. I appreciate you guys for being here as well. I will see you guys tomorrow. And then I have my kids this weekend. So make sure you like, share, subscribe. If you want to keep in contact with me over the weekend, definitely, follow me on Twitter or in the Discord or something. You might be able to pop it and talk shit. I may or may not respond. Who knows? Sometimes I'm busy. Nevertheless, stay safe out there, folks.